Well, a good morning to each and every one of you that have gathered in the pit area. And for the few spectators that are starting to meander onto the property, welcome to the 5th Annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass. It is bang on 9 o'clock. We are bang on time as far as when we get things going here at Radtorque Raceway. First passes down the track will be at 10 o'clock, so stand by for the first call to the staging lanes. Again, welcome to Western Canada's largest all-Mopar show. Enjoy your day, and of course, in about an hour's time, enjoy the fastest Mopar show and shine event in Western Canada. Stand by, call to the staging lanes in less than 60 minutes.
All righty, it is 10 o'clock, so I think it's about time that I do this. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can I please get juniors to lane 0, juniors to lane 0. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to lane 0, juniors to lane 0. And our open test will be starting up right away here as well. So drivers, make sure you are ready for the calls as they come on out.
Well, a good morning to each and every one of you. Welcome to the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass, and of course, organized, hosted by the Edmonton Mopar Association, and a racetrack, of course, Rad Torque Raceway. It is a busy facility today here on the outskirts of Edmonton. The road course, as you can hear, is quite active right now with the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. They're having a ball out there. A little later on tonight, just after 6 o'clock, the 3/8 mile clay oval track comes alive. So all three facilities in operation here today. At Rad Torque Raceway, you've heard the call. Junior dragsters, staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Then we move into the Mopar classes, and we've got a few of them. The Quick 8, the Lucky 16, the Modern Hemi class, and the Run What You Brung, which is new for 2025. Run What You Brung is for those that are in the car show. They don't want to race their car, but they have the opportunity to head down the quarter-mile NHRA drag strip. No burnouts, but they can do a hard launch if they want. But that's the Run What You Brung class. So if someone ever comes up to them at a car show, has your car ever been down a drag strip? They can say, well, actually, yes, it has. So if you are here in the car show end of things and would like to go down the quarter-mile NHRA drag strip, head to the Edmonton Mopar Association tent. There's a little bit of an entry fee, nothing too drastic. But go see the folks at the Edmonton Mopar Association tent and say, hey, I'm in the car show, but I would like to take my vehicle down the quarter-mile drag strip.
Alrighty, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, this is your official second call to staging lanes, please. Second call to staging lanes, please. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters to lane 0. Junior dragsters to lane 0. This is your second call.
Well, for those of you that have arrived on the facility here at Rad Torque Raceway, have you seen the vendors area? Oh my. I did a walk through it earlier, and the selection of goods and wares is unbelievable. course, as you came in, the title sponsor of the weekend, Crystal Glass, has got their display. Actually, I had a rock chip in my car. This was late last year. And I went to their Leduc location. And I was in, 15 minutes. It was awesome. Anyway, but Crystal Glass, one of the proud title sponsors of this weekend's event. Of course, St. Albert Dodge, thank you guys for jumping on board once again and being a proud presenter of the 5th annual Weston Mopar Madness. Just to let you know, I don't have the date, okay? You'll have to check this out online, but in St. Albert, is it next weekend already? Or is it in 2 weekends? It is the St. Albert, the big car show in St. Albert, Rock in August. And St. Albert Dodge is doing a lunchtime car show. I don't have the date. I think it's a Thursday because I got it written down at home. We're going to find out here. But so it is the 8th to the 12th, Rock in August. Go see the folks at St. Albert Dodge, their display. And they'll be able to tell you the exact date of their lunchtime car show at their dealership in St. Albert. So just, if you're looking for car shows to attend, that'd be a good one. I went there last year. That's why I know about it. Of course, the fine folks from Blackjack's Roadhouse, we had the big bash there. Get to know everyone last night. Thank you again, Blackjack's Roadhouse, for coming on board for our 2025 Western Mopar Madness. We've done this 5 years in a row now, 5th annual. Want to thank Ruby Drives Canada. Now you're going, what is Ruby Drives? Well, if you got to get a vehicle from point A to point B, how about an AMVIC certified driver to do just that? It's a transportation service. Thank you, Ruby Drives Canada. And I definitely want to thank Kazi Technologies as well. They're on board for 2025. And basically what they do, rentals of heat treating, field machining, and bolting equipment. And they've been around. They're going to be celebrating their, the 20th anniversary next year. So Kazi Technologies, another proud weekend sponsor here at Rad Torque Raceway. Just to let you know, the pits are open. Anytime you want to meander down into the pit area, we have got 5 rows set up in the drag pits. If you like old school trucks, Little Red Express zone is set up in lane number 1. So that's the furthest north grass berm area in the drag pit area. All truck, the Little Red Express zone. Row 2, A-body Dodge and Plymouth. Late model cars. The AMCs are in there. Some Jeeps are in there too. This is great. Your middle row, row 3. We've got some winged cars here, folks. We also have one. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see it yet. It is for sale. It's a winged car. It's, I don't know, what would we say, 50% complete? You don't have to worry about the motor, though. This would be a resto mod because it's got a Viper engine crammed into the engine bay. But anyway, that is row 3, your C-body, pre-1960, E-body styles as well. Lane number 4 in the drag pit area. That is our B-body Dodge and Plymouth row.
Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, juniors to lane 0. That is the lane beside the grass. Final call, juniors to lane 0. Final call, juniors to lane 0. And open test, you are on standby. me too until we actually start running. Okay.
Lane 5 in the drag pit area for the Western Canada's largest all Mopar show and race weekend. Row 5 is a late model Mopars, 2004 to present. A lot of cars still in the tech lane as we speak. Staging lanes are open for junior dragster competitors. We are just moments away from opening up the staging lanes for our drag competitors in the Quick 8, Lucky 16, and the modern Hemi classes. If you've entered into the Run What You Brung class, we are going to run you at about 11:30-ish. So do keep that in mind as far as, hey, when am I going to be called to the staging lanes? About 11:30, okay? Run What You Brung class.
Okay, we're just, yeah. We're just waiting for our juniors have already had their phone call, so.
Well, out in the concourse area, as I mentioned, it is our vendors area. There's also some, how should we say it, fine treats to enjoy. It's just after 10 o'clock, and you know what? Sometimes you just need, just after 10 o'clock, mini donuts. Oh, brother. Well, the breakfast of champions, yeah. Anyway, Cole's Mini Donuts out in the vendor area. Dar's food truck is here. There is ice cream here, too. Of course, you need that. And if you are of advanced years like myself and feel like getting your face painted, yes, Magic Pixie Brush offering. She doesn't start till 11. See, she's smart. 11 till 4. The face painting booth will be open if you brought some kidlets down here today. Oh boy, there's a heavy hitter heading down the return road. Oh my, I didn't know he was coming out today. That's James Paul in the Coronet. I know he's been having transmission problems with that car, so, well, so far so good. But James Paul, a multi-time track champion here at Rad Torque Raceway. During the winter months, he's a pretty mean curler as well. He's been on like Team Alberta a few times. So anyway, that's a guy to keep an eye on today. But let's just say we've got a full field of heavy hitters here today. We've got last year's champion. He is back, Lance Churchuk. He won in Vegas 2 years ago, just to let you know. So a heavy hitter, uh-huh.
I think we're good to call, general call.
We also have here today, they just wrapped up yesterday, was it, in Rimby? The Miles of Mayhem event. We have your 2025 Miles of Mayhem Modern Muscle Class champion going to be running with us here today. That's Ryan Grazel out of Devon. So that's a name to hear over the PA system. He knows how to bring home the big win.
Sarah just came out.
We move into time trials. Are the junior dragsters, they're doing a full event today, I do believe. Time trials to eliminations? Well, we'll find out.
Alrighty, and speaking of juniors, they are all lined up. I can see that Easton Marty and Sarah Duchesne are under the tower getting ready to rumble. Sarah Duchesne brought to you by Mobile One, On Grade, Earthworks, High Tower, Oldfield, BOS Design, as well as the Blue Water Group helping them on out there. Getting ready to run. They've been racing against each other all season here at Rad Torque Raceway. Sarah Duchesne moving up in to the higher age category for the juniors. And she was the reigning champion before, and now she's moving up and facing faster and skilled opponents and still acquitting herself well. Some fantastic junior racers out here at Rad Torque, and if you have any questions about them, make sure you're checking out the Nitro Rats booth. Also, can I please get our general call to lanes going on out? So that is all of our people coming out here to do your qualifiers. This is your first call to lanes. Once again, this is your open call to lanes, open call to lanes. Alrighty, the radio chatter is sounding like we are just about ready to get started. Once again, we do have our first two juniors under the tower, ready to rock. Waterbox just waving them on forward. And hear him firing on up. Alrighty, Easton Marty coming on in with Sarah Duchesne. Marty bringing in that fire decal dragster. And Duchesne bringing in that TNT machine. You can see their respective families getting ready to get them ready to run. A little bit of a fun event at the Rocky Mountain Nationals. You can see Jason and Tristan Duchesne out there at the start line. That is a father and son, and they raced off at the Nationals. So it was a fun thing to see. Alrighty, both of them get pre-staged, getting ready to rip on the 8th mile for the juniors. Sarah, deep stages first. Tree is down, and they are off. The most narrow of red lights for Sarah Duchesne. They're only 63 thou in the red. Easton Marty getting a nice reaction of 46 thou. Marty going to put 8:18 on the board, and Sarah going to put 9:10. Riker Dupuis coming on up next for Murray's Truck Parts and Locators, as well as Lone Wolf Bobcat and Morton Distortion Racing. Coming in alongside Emily Bent in that Finnings Cat Dragster. And they get the pre-stages lit. Emily, deep stages first. And they're off. Riker getting a nice reaction at 80 thou. He's going to put 8:25 on the board, and Emily Bent going to put 9:10. And coming up next for the Marty clan, Braden Marty. Coming with that fine surf and swine on the side of that drag. Oh, that's the wrong dragster. Never mind. I'm mixing him with somebody else. Coming in with Presley McLean. Presley bringing in that Storm Deckle machine. Tree is down and they are off. Once again, these are the juniors, so they're going to be racing the 8th mile right now, a little bit shorter. If you look out, you can see that wind light just hit off after they hit that one cone there, roughly in the middle. 9:38 on the board for Braden Marty. Presley McLean getting 12:21. And normally when bracket racing, Owen Marty coming on up next, by the way. Normally for bracket racing that the juniors do, they will be set up where they will have what is called a dial-in. So they're going to be shooting for a specific time and racing against that in addition to their opponent. Owen Marty getting 11:83 and getting a great run in there, and we will be moving on into our general runs here. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Staging lanes are open. Staging lanes are open. If you are not there, what are you doing? Get on in there and get your runs on in, as you need to get your qualifiers if you want to be valid for any of those classes we got going on. If you want to be in Quick 8, you want to be in Lucky 16, or you want to be in the Modern Hemi Madness as well, make sure you're heading on out. We started an hour behind.
Well, race fans, here we go. First passes of the day for, well, a few competitors have meandered their way up into the staging lanes for round number 1 of time trials. No specific classes are being called right now. It's just staging lanes are wide open because we got to figure out, well, who the heck are the Quick 8? Who are the Lucky 16? And, of course, the Modern Hemi class as well. So we've got 3 classes that are going to be, how should we say, going for the big trophy a little bit later on this afternoon. And, well, we already see who's quite eager to get down the racetrack. And it is your defending event champion, your defending season champion, and your current points leader here at Rad Torque Raceway. He will be in the summit lane, and that is Lance Churchuk in the Duster. Lance, numerous times he's won the track championship here. He, as I mentioned, he is the defending season champion, current points leader. Dodge Dakota pickup in the Napa lane. Now, I haven't announced in a year here, so it's going to be a little rusty for the next little bit. So please bear with me. Churchuk a little eager off the line, getting a red light, but red lights don't matter in time trials. Got Kevin White out of Stony Plain in that 1971 Plymouth. This is going to be a full-blown stock eliminator car when they are done with it. The stock eliminator engine for this race car is still being built. Dwight Elfrey out of Sherwood Park in that red 1974 Barracuda, and he's run this race car since the early 1990s. So he's very, very familiar with this race car. Elfrey out of Sherwood Park. Numerous wins here over the years. A 0.007 reaction time. Your U.S. Nationals NHRA champion from a few years ago in the Summit Lane. That is Darcy Clark out of Stony Plain. He's actually here to test and tune because he's off to Brainerd, Minnesota. He's heading to the U.S. Nationals in a few weeks. He'll be racing in St. Louis and Dallas to wrap up his year. So like I said, we do have some heavy hitters here at Rad Torque Raceway for the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass. Your runner-up from 1 year ago, Ashley Isabel. In the Dodge Magnum wagon, she's running in the Napa lane. Just to let you know, she just got engaged about 30 minutes ago. So congratulations to Ashley. Here is your 2025 Miles of Mayhem champion. He wrapped it up with a big win in Rimby yesterday. Total points champion, Ryan Grassel out of Devon. So another heavy hitter joining the field of Mopars, hoping to bring home the victory here today. Grassel in that 2022. Oh, he's owned this car for 2 years. Reaction time a little off. Let's not worry about that right now.
Alrighty, attention, attention in the pits and in the stands. If you are the owner of a Ram Charger that is black, license plate 09946, the Mopar staff had just informed me you are parked in a invalid zone. You have no stickers, nothing, and you are in somebody else's stall. So make sure you're either moving your car right away or you're actually confirming that's where you're supposed to be. Once again, Ram Charger 09946. Make sure you're moving your car right away as the tow truck will be coming on out for you before too long here if you don't do so. Once again, black Ram Charger. And so 0946. Make sure you move your car right away or that tow truck is coming for you within the next 15 minutes.
Now from the back end, I think that's Greg McClellan out of Spruce Grove in the Barracuda. That's a street legal car, by the way. Built for the strip, though. Vincent Vigliotti out of Edmonton in the Napa lane. Jason Sinclair out of Sherwood Park. He participated in the Miles of Mayhem event. He's in the Napa lane. He's owned this 2023 machine for a few years, having fun. Once again, staging lanes are open. If you want to hot lap your car, well, right now you're more than welcome to. So right now, with the open staging lanes, we have got several classes of cars going head-to-head. We're going to be breaking it down into 3 classes. We're going to take the fastest 8 in qualifying. They'll make up the quick 8 group. The lucky 16. And then the modern Hemi class. Well, if you were following the Miles of Mayhem, which just wrapped up yesterday in Rimby, these two squared off numerous times. Vincent Vigliotti, he's in the Red Demon, Napa Lane. Ryan Grassel, he just ran moments ago, so he is hot lapping his 2022 machine. Your Miles of Mayhem season champion picked up the big trophy yesterday. Look at that, a 984 to a 987. Great run there for time trials. Easily into the quick 8 group in the early goings. So, if you are brand spanking new to the wonderful world of NHRA drag racing, the burnouts are complete. That's to heat up the rear tires. Now, they will inch up to the start line, and their front tires will interrupt 2 separate beams of light. The first beam of light is the pre-stage beam. That's the 2 little yellow bulbs at the top of the Christmas line start tree. Once those bulbs are illuminated, it tells the driver that they are about 6 inches from being directly on the start line with their front tires. So we'll follow these 2 pre-stage beams, both illuminated, inch forward about 6 inches to break the second beam of light to illuminate the staged bulbs. Once both drivers are staged, the tree counts down and away they go. Number you see on the finish line scoreboard right now is the driver's reaction time. And only during time trials do we get to see the driver's individual reaction times. A perfect reaction, if you see all zeros on the board once they leave the start line, that is a perfect light. Haven't had one yet. So Ashley has the better reaction time of a 2:99 compared to the 6:44. Reaction times in this case, those aren't very good. For reaction time, you'd like to get a 0-point number, insert number here. That's a good reaction time. A perfect light, as I mentioned, 0.00. And only during time trials, we get to see the driver's individual reaction time. At 10:58 to a 12:61 in that pass from our last 2 competitors. Well, you're looking at this matchup and you're going, well, this is a little bit unfair. Well, yeah. But what the drivers are doing now, they're trying to establish a dial-in time. And we'll explain that as the morning of time trials carries on. Diesel, as he spools up the turbo. Yeah, that was unfair, wasn't it? A 12-11 to a 13-22. We'll wait for the diesel smoke to clear before allowing our next pair to head down the strip. Old school versus new school creeping up to the start line right here. Now, as I mentioned, dial-in time. What the drivers are doing are trying to establish what they think will run in the quarter mile when we go racing a little bit later on today. Larry Menzel in the satellite. Another hard charger here at Rad Torque Raceway. Staging lanes remain open, competitors. All the staging lanes, it's open time trials right now. Yeah, a couple of good reaction times. Larry Menzel has the faster car, but as far as the other race is concerned, the race to leave the start line quicker, it went to the Napa lane. 0-0-0 again is a perfect reaction time. These two drivers off just a little bit, actually way off. They'll want to, how should we say it, improve on their reaction to that green go light. Another new school, old school pass coming your way right now as the open time trials continues for the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness presented by Crystal Glass. If you're meandering about in the pit area, wander by Ledoux Chrysler's display in the pits. That's a car show unto its own. Ledoux Chrysler, of course, proud weekend sponsor of the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness. Waylon Carlson in the pickup. I'm going to do a solo pass here. Actually, it's easier when one vehicle goes down the track at once. Pre-staged. Off he goes. A 1:37 reaction time. Took him 1.85 seconds to get to the 60-foot mark. His 8th mile half-track time, 81.76 miles an hour. And he crosses the quarter mile at 103.19 miles per hour. So the open time trials continue Again, we're still trying to figure out who's the quickest 8 cars on the property. And then we'll have the lucky 16 who just didn't quite crack the quick 8 field. And of course, we've got our modern Hemi class as well. 3 classes going for the big trophy a little bit later on today once we get moving into eliminations. We definitely like to welcome aboard several competitors who decided to sign up today, who've been involved in the JB's Power Center Street Legal program in 2025. Some of them making their debut as far as actually, let's go racing. We've had enough practice on Friday nights for the JB's Street Legal event. Let's go racing. So we, yeah, welcome. And you never know, go rounds. The thing is, though, round number 1 of any competition in drag racing is probably the most nerve-wracking because it's the earliest point as far as the race event. It's also, well, you might be packing up your vehicle and going home. Round number 1, if you can get your nerves down pat, win your opening round. That is a huge, huge thing, especially for a rookie driver, 100%. And speaking of a rookie driver, boy, what a year he has had. He's out of Devon, Ryan Grassel. And that, my friends, is your Miles of Mayhem Modern Muscle Champion. He won it all. And his reaction time's slowly getting better. I think his first time passed down the track was around a 5. So let's knock it down. He's hot lapping that car too. 1378, 104.38 miles an hour. I think he let up at the end there.
Yeah, that's not even remotely close to where we go.
No. It's like working on his reaction.
Yeah. It's like 40 miles an hour.
Yeah. If you are wandering around in the vendor area, or they might be in the pits, I'm not sure in this case. The Children's Camps International is on the property, and they are selling off raffle tickets to a beautiful Dodge Dart Swinger. Similar to the car that's heading down the track. So keep an eye out for them. Children's Camps International raffling off a Dodge Dart Swinger, selling tickets on the property here today. It's not even 11 yet.
No, we got time. Well, I'm at the very end.
A nice wheels up launch there, a 0.68 reaction time as well. 10.17 to a 10.11. Well, I can almost guarantee they're going to be part of the Lucky 16 group. Open test and open qualifying continues here on this Saturday morning. 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass. Who will be the fastest 8 on the property? Slamming through the gears in that summit lane. So the open test and tune continues. Staging lanes are open and will remain open for another, oh boy, let's just say about 35 minutes, guys and gals. There's a great reaction time, a 0.32. Half track, 95.16 miles an hour at the stripe, running an 11.20 at 117.62 miles per hour. So the time trials, I keep saying that, test and tune. I'm a little rusty, haven't done this in a year. Test and tune till about 11:30. And then we will move into some qualifying. Attention, run what you brung competitors. This is your 30-minute warning, You'll be called to staging lanes, and you get to have some fun with your cars on the strip. Still time to register if you have not. If you are in the car show and want to just kind of have some fun and take your car down the drag strip, go see the folks at the Edmonton Mopar Association tent and register your vehicle. No, you don't have to do a burnout, but yes, you will be coming up to the start line, pre-staging, staging, and doing a nice Saturday drive down the quarter-mile NHRA drag strip. So run what you brung. We will be calling you in about 30 minutes to come up to the staging lanes. Want to thank CWB Equipment Financing and National Leasing, one of the proud weekend sponsors of our Western Mopar Madness event. Thank you guys for coming out. Warranty Solutions, yes, involved in the motorsport industry. Alice Embroidery in Leduc. I've actually been to their shop several times. But Alice Embroidery, in-house embroidery and screen printing. Thank you for being a proud weekend sponsor here. And, of course, Impact Coatings, Edmonton's premier coating provider. I wonder if Bruce is running on the road course today, because I know Impact Coatings, he's involved with that company. But the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club having fun on the road course as we speak. Talked about this earlier. All three venues are going to be in operation today. The road course started probably about, I think it was about 8 o'clock, 8:30-ish this morning, and they go nonstop all day. Of course, we've had cars on the drag strip now since about 10 a.m. A little bit later on today, just after 6 o'clock, it is Night Thunder on the oval track. IMCA Modifieds in the house. And they put on a pretty decent show last night, and they'll do it again tonight. Okay, well, we've been driving by the last few days. I didn't know it was today. I thought they were just getting ready for all next week, but the big bouncy castle event, that's huge. Like, huge. They were here last year, and it was just like, this is great. But, yeah, the big bounce festival or whatever.
Lots of ups and downs, you know.
Yep.
I have jokes. I never said they're good.
Well, one of the official photographers of our race day here at the 5th Annual Western Mopar Madness, presented by Crystal Glass, Vincent Craig Photography. No relation to me, but Vincent Craig Photography, and he does an incredible job. So thank you, Vincent Craig Photography, for snapping some shots of all the action here at the big Western Mopar Madness. Pits are open again anytime you want to meander down into the pits. We've got 5 zones of car show entrance. We got the Little Red Express zone featuring all trucks and more. That's in row number 1. Row 2, the A-body Dodge and Plymouth lane. AMC Jeep also in the lineup. Lane 3, specialty wing cars, Vipers, and more. C-body, E-body cars. That's lane 3. Lane 4, your B-body Dodge and Plymouth lane. And lane 5, your late model lane, 2004 to present. Yeah, the number that you put up on the finish line scoreboard is just as important as the number you put up on the scoreboard when you leave the start line. That reaction time is that and more as far as drag racing is concerned. How fast do you react to the green go light? And again, only during time trials and qualifying do you get to see the reaction time, a 0.58 for your current point leader, defending event champion. Well, this is going to be a neat little matchup. Your Miles of Mayhem champion in the Napa lane against a multi-time track champion in the Summit lane, that being James Paul. James Paul with a 0.21 reaction time. Ryan Grassel out of Devon, that's his best reaction time of the morning. That's 0.86, so he's not going full out with that car. As you can see with the miles, 102.88. That's about a 130-ish plus car.
Just the best I've got, I'm sorry.
New school versus old school here. Yeah, we got to work on that reaction time, don't we? That's okay. Get these, how should we say it? That's called sleeping at the start line. I got first pass of the day in the Napa lane. I know Greg McClellan out of Spruce Grove, he's been up a few times in that 67 street legal Barracuda. That car started out with a slant 6 engine back in the day. Yeah, not anymore. Yeah, 962. We might be looking at one of our quick 8 competitors a little bit later on today. And we will be finding that out once we move into official rounds of qualifying. Okay, we're just a little bit after 11 o'clock. Staging lanes for open test and tune continues for the next 28 minutes or so. Yeah, we're just going to do a little bit of a drag of the racetrack here. Our head starter, Eddie Shapka, said, you know what? It might be time to... He spotted something on one of the passes, so a little bit of a touch-up in the start line area. Just a quick little brush and we'll be back at it here. Once again, staging lanes remain open for open time trials. Run what you brung, class. Stand by. We're going to be calling you up to the staging lanes here. My guess, in about 15 minutes or so, you might get the first call in about 15 minutes. So be prepared for the Run What You Brung class. And then juniors will be calling you again after the Run What You Brung class. Well, this company has been around for decades. Low-cost automatic transmissions. Their south side and north side locations. They've been basically Edmonton's #1 choice for transmission repairs, and they are on board with us for the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, presented by Crystal Glass. Of course, organized and hosted by the Edmonton Mopar Association. Drop by their tent. If you got a Mopar and wanting a decent group of guys and gals to hang around with as far as the club atmosphere is concerned, find the Edmonton Mopar Association tent in the concourse area. Say hi. This event they're actually the Edmonton Mopar Association. Next year's their 20th anniversary, so that next year's going to be a bit of a party.
Yeah, they were super good to me last year.
So, yes, we're not spraying for weeds in the Napa lane. No. VHT, glue, whatever you want to call it. There's a bunch of names. But that just adds a little extra stick to the launch surface. And that's what we're doing right now. When we do one side, you got to do the other one. So both sides are going to get a little extra spray. Some of the vendors on the property here. Welcome Ivan Rose Creations. Walked by her booth earlier before our gates opened up. She was setting up handcrafted and custom jewelry. Want to thank Greystone Blasting, Canadian Classic Car Rentals. They had, I was wondering, who are you guys? But their t-shirts are actually kind of neat. And we're all sinners, okay? Anyway, the Mutual Sinners display booth. Church is tomorrow. Anyway, is it Ariki or Eriki pinstriping? I've seen some of his work, and I should have asked him, how do I pronounce your first? Maybe it's Erikai pinstriping. Anyway, go see some of his work. It's hand-painted. Okay, it's none of this Canadian Tire stuff. It's hand-painted. And he's got a rat rod truck. He's got some of other little trinkets that he's hand pinstriped in the concourse area. Two competitors that did the full Miles of Mayhem week. Yeah, this looks like a full hit here. Yeah, 993 for Vincent Vigliotti. And just to let you know, he absolutely destroyed the transmission in that car in Forestburg earlier this week. And in less than 24 hours, he had secured a brand new drive shaft and a brand new transmission. Had very little sleep. And, yeah, I guess we can trust his work. Do you see what he just did there? A duster versus a demon squaring off here. Like I said, I haven't announced here in about a year, so I'm a little rusty as far as names are concerned. We'll be okay once we get into qualifying. But on open time trials, there's no information that comes up. None. Both drivers staged. Tree counts down. Green go. A little bit of eager. No. Problems for the Demon in the summit lane. But he is signaling for a right-hand turn. Oh, there we go. Got rid of the signal light at the halfway point of the track. but get the gremlins out of your vehicle right off the bat. You don't want that to happen in first round eliminations. Heck, you don't actually want that happening in time trials and qualifying. You don't want that at all. New school, old school, lining up once again. That is what is so fantastic about this event. It is a walk through automotive Mopar history. Yeah, Ryan is definitely not afraid to hot lap his race car. Wow, this must be pass number 8 or 9. Yeah, this will be a driver to keep an eye on in the Napa lane. As I've mentioned several times, he won it all. Your 2025 Miles of Mayhem Modern Muscle Class champion. Yeah, taking it easy on this run. I think he's just working on yeah, because he did what, about almost 140 mile an hour blast his last run down the track. Veteran of the drag racing scene. He ran the 74 Barracuda the last few years at Edmonton Speedway Park in the Napa lane. That's Dwight Elfrey out of Sherwood Park. Speaking of veterans of the drag racing scene, it is kind of cool when you can say stuff like this. He won the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis, Indiana a few years ago. He's in the Napa lane. That's Darcy Clark out of Stony Plain. He's having fun with us here this weekend. Keep an eye on him. Lance Churchuk, your current season points leader here at Radtorque Raceway in the Super Pro class. He's out of Beaumont. He won Vegas 2 years ago. So another heavy hitter. Like, we got some stout competitors. Couple of front wheel spin competitors, and they will be time trialing a little bit later on today. Nice couple of sleepers as well, both at 100 miles an hour. 12:28 to a 12:72. If you haven't had a chance to do your shakedown pass, We've had some of our competitors have done more than one. But if you have yet to make your way down the strip and you are in either the Quick 8, Lucky 16, or the Modern Hemi class, staging lanes are going to remain open for you for about another 10 minutes. We have not shut the staging lanes down yet. Open test and tune continues for another 10 minutes-ish, and I stress the ish part. Well, we are just moments away from the announcement that we will be shutting down the staging lanes to the open test and tune. So we will clear the staging lanes and then move into the next phase of our morning. So attention in the pit area, if you are part of the car show and want to have some fun heading down the quarter-mile strip, your last opportunity to register, okay? You've got about 5 minutes to do so in the Run what you brung class. Actually, I don't know how many are registered in the Run What You Brung class, but this is an opportunity for those that brought their cars for the car show only to have some fun and go down the quarter-mile strip. You don't have to do a burnout. No, actually, we're not allowing that. No burnouts. But you'll go up to the start line, stage, tree counts down, and it's up to you. Do you want to floor it or just a gentle Saturday run down the strip and showcase your vehicle here at the 5th Annual Western Mopar Madness, presented by Crystal Glass and, of course, organized, hosted by the Edmonton Mopar Association. It's been a great day, not too hot, not too cold. The cloud cover is very nice. And just to let you know, you are more than welcome. If you're in the grandstands right now, anytime you want, you can come on down, head into the pit area. You can actually walk around the grass area. And you actually can head over into the competitor pit area too. Don't tell him I said this, but if you want to go see some road race cars, that's allowed as well. Because that pit area is open as well to spectators. So anytime you want, you can meander over to the other side and meet some of the competitors with the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. Hopefully you've been keeping mental notes throughout this time trial portion of our morning. Eyeballing the cars, the driver's individual reaction times on the finish line scoreboard. Of course, once we move into the real deal of qualifying, which will be coming up in less than an hour's time. But reaction time, oh, so important in drag racing. Look at that, a 0.23 to a 0.28. You get a reaction time that starts with a 0. Half the battle is won right there. The other half of the battle will be matching up your dial-in time. 11:44 to an 11:80 was run there. Now, a little bit later on, once we move into eliminations, the drivers actually, yes, they are going to be racing against a fellow competitor, but they're also racing against themselves. And we'll explain what dial-in times are a little bit later on. But it does involve the number that you see flashed up on the finish line scoreboard once they cross the finish line, 12:38 to a 14:06. And you're saying to yourself, can a Dodge Neon beat a Dodge Demon? In bracket racing, the answer is yes. And it comes down to the dial-in time, but it also comes down to your reaction time. And that reaction time will not do it when it comes to eliminations. So he'll have to improve on that. A 4.95. Again, a perfect reaction time is 0.00. Good run, though. A 13.60 at 109.22 miles an hour. Attention competitors. Final call for the last test and tune pass. Final call. If you want to do one final lap, staging lanes will remain open for you, but this is the final call. If you're running in the Quick 8, Lucky 16 Modern Hemi class, your final test and tune pass before we move into qualifying in less than 60 minutes' time. Junior dragster competitors, stand by. Junior dragster competitors, stand by to be called to the staging lanes, please, for your next session. Junior dragster, stand by. I think that was the first pass of the day for the owner of that Roadrunner, 11:54, 118.14 miles per hour. Shaking the cobwebs out. Duster versus Magnum coming your way right now. Their final pass for test and tune. We'll be seeing these competitors once we move into qualifying. Ashley Isabel in the Summit Lane. She went to the final last year and runner-up in that Dodge Magnum wagon. So she knows how to get things done here at Rad Torque Raceway. Never eat a mint and announce it. Okay, I think that's Jessie Stevens. She's out of Beaver Lodge in that 73 Duster. James Paul, multi-time track champion here at Rad Torque Raceway in the Napa Lane. His first race of the year, though, for James in the Coronet. Yeah, Paul hasn't lost it at the start line. A 0-1-2 reaction time, a 10-11, 130.36 miles per hour. Attention in the pit area. For those in the Quick 8, Lucky 16 Modern Hemi class, staging lanes are now closed. For test and tune, staging lanes are now closed. For test and tune, as our little neon driver slamming through the gears. 92 miles an hour at half track at the finish line at 1276, 113.52 miles per hour. 1971, Plymouth Duster, Stony Plain, Alberta, the home of Kevin White. 5th season with this car. Now, this is going to be a full-blown stock eliminator car. Once they are done with all the testing, they're actually teaming up with Mike and Randy Logie out of California. And this is going to be one sweet stock eliminator once it's all said and done. It's not stock eliminator legal right now, though. Okay. Attention in the pit area. Junior competitors to the staging lanes, please. The lane 0, or motorcycle lane, I guess is what they use that for. By the grass. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Larry Menzel in the satellite in the summit lane. You know how you get certain vibes? I got a funny feeling about Larry Menzel. He's going to go several rounds today. We might see Larry Menzel in the final a little later on today. A 0.27 reaction time. That's a good start. And he wraps it up with a 10:13, 131.66 miles an hour for the wily veteran of the strip here at Radtorque Raceway. So, staging lanes closed now for test and tune. The next time we'll see our competitors back, yeah, it gets a little bit more, how should we say it, competitive. Who will be the fastest on the property? Who will be a part of the Quick 8? Who's going to qualify for the Lucky 16? And, of course, our modern Hemi class. Second call, junior dragster, staging lanes, please. Second call, junior dragster, staging lanes, please. We'll use lane 0. Why did we have 0? Should be lane 1. Anyway, remember, I haven't been here in a while. I haven't been here in ages, so lane 0, okay. Juniors, second call, staging lanes, please. Run what you brung, stand by. Run what you brung, class. Stand by. We will be calling you to the staging lanes next.
Alrighty, once again, that was juniors to lane 0. If you are not in lane 0, you are not in the right lane right now unless you're getting lined up and ready for when you are going to run. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors, you just had your second call to lane 0. Lane 0 for juniors. And once again, if you are confused, lane 0 is the lane closest to the grass there. And I think you all know what you're doing, so I don't need to say too much, but they are getting lined up, ready to rock. Our Nitro Rats. Looks like they might be settling their pairs. I got a little camera that shows me the track back there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. John Melnick to the tower, please. John Melnick to the tower, please. That is, once again, attention, attention. John Melnick to the tower, please. John Melnick to the tower, please. And once again, those staging lanes have been closed for a little while here to all cars that are not the juniors right now. So it should only be the juniors inside of those staging lanes getting ready. Third and final call for juniors. Third and final call for juniors. That is attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Third and final call for juniors. Third and final call for juniors.
Want to thank Southtown Dodge helping us out here this weekend. Proud event sponsor, the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, which is, of course, Western Canada's largest all Mopar show and race. We've had some pretty good action on the quarter-mile strip thus far. Kind of laid back, but it's going to get a little more serious here in the next hour or so as we kind of turned up the notch a little bit. Every pass is going to be a little bit more, how should we say, important for each and every one of our competitors once we move into official first round of qualifying. Attention in the pit area. Car show entrance for the Run What You Brung class. This is your first call to the staging lanes, please. First call, Run What You Brung to the staging lanes, please. What lane? 2 and 4? 4 and 5. Lanes 4 and 5. First call, Run What You Brung, lanes 4 and 5.
Alrighty, we got our juniors ready to rip. That is the Nitro Rats here at Rad Torque Raceways. Unfortunately, I don't have the data on the Summit Lane, but the Napa Lane racer, Leslie McCain, getting ready to run, coming in from Onaway. A big thank you to their sponsors, Two Bros, Heavy Metal Equipment, and also for Grimm's and a few other sponsors there they have helping make it happen for the Nitro Rats here. On that last run, Summit Lane getting 12:34. Preston McLean getting 12:16. Sarah Deshane lining up next with Braden Murray. They've been racing off against each other quite a bit here in the juniors. Coming in for a Mobile One, On Grade Earthworks, High Tower Oilfield, BOS Design, Blue Water Group for sponsors for Sarah there. Oh, looks like there might have been a mix-up on the board there. That should have been a single on that last run. Braden Marty narrowly making the tree blush there at 18th out, coming 9:36. That is a great run. Red light usually means in a race that it is an automatic loss. However, you're just doing time trials or for show. Doesn't matter too much. As soon as proper racing starts, though, that is, once again, automatic loss. Unless you're on a bye. Alrighty, next pair getting lined up.
Attention in the pits. Another call, run what you brung class. Staging lanes, please. Second call, run what you brung class. Staging lanes, please. Lanes 4 and 5 for your first pass of the day.
And sorry about that. There was a little mix-up on my data on this end here. Up next, we have Emily Bent coming in that Phoenix Camp sponsored dragster with Eastern Marty on that fine surfing swine dragster, getting ready to rip on down the road. They're also here racing a little while earlier, just 2 weeks ago, in our Rocky Mountain Nationals here. The John Scotty's Canadian Championship was going on here too as well. So great to see these junior dragsters ripping on down the strip here. Many of our consistent racers that we have here started off as juniors and are now some extremely tough competition to race against now that they are in their adult years. Easton Marty ripping on down next. 63 thou reaction. Going to put a 12:05 on the board there on the 8th mile. Alrighty, Gord was mentioning some of those great vendors that are out there. You can see the tractor coming out just to get this track dragged and ready for our next set of races going on down the strip. Make sure you're checking them on out there. Should be a couple food vendors out there, and I heard about mini donuts and some ice cream around. There should also be the pits concession and maybe even the main concession if we're lucky. Should be going there. I will maybe take a look around and see if the second floor of the tower has that lounge going on, the Sip Vodka Lounge. But a big thank you to our other vendors out here, Mac Tools and Barnyard Industries, for all your tool needs. Touch of Nostalgia out here, and D&E Curiosity and Treasures out there if you're looking to do a go by and look to see if you can score yourself a little swag. And so many more going on down there in both the pits and in that vendor area in behind on Thunder Alley there. And also the Octane Lounge should also be open. I'm not sure if their pizza oven is ready to rip yet, but if you're looking to get yourself some drinks and snacks, maybe be in some AC, make sure you're heading on over there and get yourself some drinks. Once again, the Octane Lounge or Octane Club is currently open. So if you are one of the people that is able to be in there, make sure you're heading on over there. Alrighty, once again, if you are entered in that run what you brung, make sure you're heading on down to those staging lanes. This is your time to shine. We'll be running you guys right away here. If you are once again signed up for Run What You Brung, get on down to those staging lanes and get ready to rip on down that road. There's some cool trucks around here even yesterday.
All right. He is not a run what you brung. He did sneak into the staging lanes before we officially closed it. So we're giving him his test and tune pass, because the next time we see him, it'll be qualifying. So he'll inch up to the start line, break that first beam of lights to pre-stage his race car. And once he is pre-staged, he knows he's about 6 inches away from his front tires being directly on the start line. He'll move forward, tree counts down. Reaction time a little bit off. 117 miles an hour at half track at the stripe. Yeah. 920, 146.39 miles per hour. You might be having a quick peek at someone that's going to be in the quick 8 field a little bit later on today. Final call, run what you brung. Staging lanes, please. 4 and 5, the lanes. Final call, run what you brung. Come on out and head to the staging lanes and just have some fun heading down the quarter-mile strip. No pressure, no burnouts. It's kind of like a get-acquainted pass down the strip. Well, this may not be run what you brung class either. If they're doing a burnout, anyway, I'm not down there. So still, final call for run what you brung. Staging lanes, please. Final call, run what you brung to the staging lanes, please. Attention in the pit area. This is a standby call, competitors. Modern Hemi shootout class. Stand by. We will be calling you first to the staging lanes. Modern Hemi shootout class. We will be calling you first to the staging lane. So stand by to be called, the modern Hemi class. We will be calling you first for your first round of qualifying. So stand by. Yeah, one of the things, if you're not used to going down the drag strip, one of the safety requirements is you have to have a helmet on. And so when you're not used to going down the drag strip, that's what our starter noticed. So, shh. Well, we did say no burnouts, but that's just that was kind of a cool run there. Attention in the pits. This is first call. Modern Hemi. Staging lanes, please, for your first round of qualifying. First call, modern Hemi class. Staging lanes, please. We'll put you in 5 and 6 for your first qualifying pass of the day. Quick 8, lucky 16, stand by. Quick 8, lucky 16, stand by. So first round qualifying, just around the corner for all of our competitors. We've just done the first call for the modern Hemi class to the staging lanes 5 and 6. We've done the standby call for the quick 8, lucky 16. Well, actually, what's going to end up happening, it's those that aren't in the modern Hemi class will be running the quick 8, hoping to crack the top 8. The ones that don't will be running in the the lucky 16. As we close in on lunchtime here at Rad Torque Raceway, things going very smoothly here today on this 5th annual Western Mopar Madness presented by Crystal Glass. Of course, organized, hosted by the Edmonton Mopar Association. Going to be celebrating 20 years next year. Want to thank Ed and Paula Holland and family, supporters of this event, basically since its inception. I know they're floating around the grounds here today, so just a nice special shout out to them. Ed and Paula Holland and family, thank you for your support over the years for the Western Mopar Madness event. Saw this truck in the Little Red Express area, out in the showcase area for all of our car show participants. Row number 1 actually has all the trucks, several Little Red Express trucks. Here's one of them here. Let's do second call. Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. Second call. Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6 for first round qualifying. Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6 for first round qualifying. Let's do another call. Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. Modern Hemi class, staging lanes 5 and 6 for first round qualifying. Another call. Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. 5 and 6 for first round qualifying. Things going to get serious now.
Also, for any of you racers or fans that might be looking to hear us, make sure you're tuned in to 88.9 FM, as that is the track radio. Also, we are live on YouTube at Rad Torque Raceway on youtube.com.
Your first pairing in the modern Hemi class. For qualifying, this is round number 1 of qualifying, a 0.98 dial-in time for Vincent Figliati. And he runs a 10.23, 136.03 miles per hour.
She didn't put her time in 12-2.
Second pairing. Oh, no information yet. Oh, no, that's Jason Sinclair out of Sherwood Park in the Summit lane. And in the Napa lane, we've got Greg Palmer up from Calgary. 0:12 reaction time for Palmer. Oh boy, he's just cruising down the strip. 10.24, 134.85 miles an hour for Palmer. Your defending event champion went to the winner's circle in this class 1 year ago. He's in the Napa lane. He's also the current point leader in track points. This is Lance Churchuk out of Beaumont in that Pro Light Electric 1970 Duster. He's won the season championship here numerous times. Defending track champion as well. Red light in the Summit lane. Red lights don't matter though in qualifying. Churchuk a little antsy off the line, but 11.85 at 112.70 miles per hour. Another competitor up from Calgary in that red demon, that is James Stevens. Stevens will be in the Summit lane. Both drivers away. Better reaction time, though, in the Napa lane. The quicker car, though, in the Summit lane. Stevens crossing the finish line at 10.53 at 131.58 miles an hour to a 12.21 at 114.65 miles per hour. Your next pairing for qualifying. Oh, names have not been entered in yet. Oh, we're going to work on that. Oh, lost traction at the start line in the Napa lane. Had the better reaction time. But losing traction, that's not good for your ET or your lapse time when you run at the finish line. Yeah, well off the pace. 14.16 second elapsed time. But yeah, I was watching the wheel spin big time at the hit there at the start line. Modern Hemi qualifying continuing here. Next pair away. Oops, stalled the car in the Napa lane. There we go, got her going. Modern Hemi class. Again, if you have not had your first qualifying run yet, we're dwindling down in the staging lanes as far as competitors are concerned. We don't want to miss out on your run down the track. So if you're in the modern Hemi class, staging lanes remain open for you for your first qualifying pass of the day. Slamming through the gears there. 16:18, 92.78 miles per hour. Attention in the pit area. Those that are not in the modern Hemi class. So, quick 8, lucky 16. To the staging lanes, please. First call for round 1. Round 1 of qualifying. First round qualifying for quick 8, lucky 16 to the staging lanes, please. Ryan Grassel out of Devon in that Challenger. He was your 2025 Miles of Mayhem champion, crowned yesterday down in Rimby. Ashley Isabel, she got engaged this morning. She's in the Napa lane in that Dodge Magnum. Grassel at the stripe at 990, 142.99 miles an hour. Isabel running through the 1252 at 111.19 miles an hour. Round 1 qualifying in the books for the modern Hemi class. Second call, quick 8, lucky 16, staging lanes, please. Second call, quick 8, lucky 16, staging lanes, please, for your first round of qualifying. Second call, quick 8, lucky 16, staging lanes, please. Round 1 qualifying for you. Coming up next. But a little test and tune pass before we move into round number 1 qualifying for the quick 8, lucky 16. Mike Winnick?
With the W, that'd be my best guess. It doesn't look like either of the cars.
With the Edmonton City Police. I think he went up to sergeant in the end, didn't he? Because I remember back in the day, I always said constable, constable, constable. But no, he made it to sergeant. Mike Winnick. Test and tuning this car. He came last year with the police car, and he grenaded the engine at our event last year. So it took a while, but they're back up and running again. He's testing here with us today. Twin turbo? There's a turbo in there.
There's some? Yeah, 'cause he's spinning.
Just going to do a reset on the timing system here. This used to be about a 13-second car back in the day. Well, he's coasting, and he's an 837 at 128.72 miles an hour. He was 141 miles an hour at half track. But coasting to an 837 at 128.72 miles an hour. Wow. Final call. Quick 8, lucky 16, staging lanes, please. Will you be one of the fastest 8 on the field? Well, let's find out. Qualifying round number 1. right now. Final call, quick 8, lucky 16 class. Your final call to the staging lanes, please, for round 1 qualifying. I think this is Terry Innes then, isn't it? If my memory serves me right, this is Terry Innes in the other Edmonton City Police. The yield, or not the yield program, but just keep the racing off the street, take it to the racetrack. The Blue Line Racing Team, yes. Good looking reaction time with a 0.25. 10:06, 131.93 miles an hour for Innes. Your first pairing of the day in qualifying. We are trying to find the fastest 8 cars on the property. Those that don't make the quick 8 will run in the lucky 16. Dwight Elfrey out of Sherwood Park. In that 74 Barracuda. Kevin White out of Stony Plain in that 1971 Duster. Qualifying pass number 1 for these 2 competitors. And if all goes out well, once we get past our 8 cars, then we'll see a bump number posted on the finish line scoreboard. Great looking reaction times. An 0.39 for Elfrey. White, a 0.34 at the stripe. Dwight Elfrey at 10.13. Kevin White runs himself an 11.18. Next pairing. Yes, you are not imagining, you are not daydreaming a truck, a diesel going, hoping to be one of the fastest 8 on the property. That's Dylan McIsaac out of Fort Saskatchewan in that 2021 Ram as he spools up the turbos. Wally Kuzik out of Spruce Grove in that 75 Duster. Kuzik runs through with an 11.49. McIsaac, not bad for a 5,000-pound truck. 12.22. Waiting for the diesel exhaust to clear, and then we'll send our next pair down the track. And they will be Jesse Stevens down from Beaver Lodge in that 73 Duster. Now, Jesse's father-in-law was supposed to be here. Gary Stevens, but Gary had to be rushed to the hospital last night. Stinking kidney stones. So we lost 1 car out of this class tonight, or this afternoon. So Gary Stevens, we wish you well, okay? Jesse Stevens, your daughter-in-law, going to fly the flag here today. Keith Erlacher from Cold Lake, and that's 70 Cuda. Both drivers are a little eager at the start line, but a 9.98 for Stevens, at 10.18 for Erlacher. Your next pairing, Greg McClellan, that 67 Barracuda. When this car was available back in the day, it came with a slant 6. This particular car did. Not anymore. Greg McClellan. This car is street legal as well. We got Gerald Cardinal out of Lac La Biche in that 72 Duster. Both cars away. A 965 for McClellan. Your next pairing, two veterans of the strip here at Rad Torque Raceway. Larry Menzel out of St. Albert in that Plymouth Satellite. We have James Paul, multi-time track champion out of Sherwood Park in that Coronet. Wow, 10-16 to a 10-17, that last pairing. Your Okay, we are going to put the track in red right now. It was either James or Larry said something might be on the racetrack, so there was a hand signal and a little bit of communication at the top end with one of our track officials. Your next pairing, we have Peter Nguyen out of Fort Saskatchewan in that yellow 74 Duster. Great competitor here at Rad Torque Raceway. And, well, what can be said about the competitor in the Summit Lane, that 1964 Plymouth Savoy? That's a Darcy Clark out of Stony Plain. 2 years ago, he went down to the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis, Indiana, won the Wally in the NHRA event. This will be his only event, I think, for the next few months for Darcy Clark out of Stony Plain, because he's warming up, because he's heading to the NHRA event in Brainerd, Minnesota. Then he's going to the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis. Then he's going to race in Tulsa, then St. Louis, and Dallas. He's having fun here, but he's having more fun in the States. He's right now top 10 in Superstock points in Division 4. So, yeah, we got a heavy hitter here in the Summit Lane, hoping to win it all in either the Quick 8 or the Lucky 16 class. Now, I think we've only had 6 cars go down the track, or have we had 8? Anyway, once we get to the required numbers, we should, okay, I'm doing air quotes, it's been a while since I've announced here, we should see the bump spot flash up on the finish line scoreboard as far as if you want to be in the top 8, the fastest 8 cars of the field. We should see that number flashed up on the finish line scoreboard. If it's not this pass, it'll be the next one. So we'll see. We'll see. This is still round 1 qualifying. Trying to find the fastest 8 cars on the property. Those that don't make the Quick 8 will run in the Lucky 16. At the stripe, Clark running a 983. Nguyen trips the beam of the 12-2-9. Out of Edmonton, Alberta, on that white 69 Dodge Dart, this is James Derhick. Derhick in the Summit Lane, going to take on Brian Horlock. Well, not take on. Remember, this is qualifying. But Brian Horlock and that 73 Dodge Dart. I thought we'd see the bump number by now. Maybe not. A perfect light, a perfect reaction time in the Napa lane by Brian Horlock. All zeros on the board. Your first perfect reaction of the day. Gerald Matt now out of Sherwood Park in his Plymouth Fury. Yeah, he saw the reaction time. That may have thrown him off a little bit. That's not a good reaction time. He'll work on that, and we'll see him a little bit for round number 2 of qualifying. So apparently that's it. Round number 1 qualifying in the books. Junior dragsters. You want juniors to the staging lanes? Okay. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Guess what? It's round number 1 for you. Junior dragsters, staging lanes, please. First call.
There is one junior, I guess he's licensing, so.
For round number 1. First call. Juniors to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Check that. Remember, that's been a while since I've been here. Qualifying round 3. Qualifying round 3, juniors. Not round 1. Qualifying round number 3. Juniors to the staging lanes, please. First call. So right now, James Derhick sitting number 1 in the quick 8. Running at 9:17. Greg McClellan, second quick with a 9:65. Darcy Clark, third quick with a 9:83. That's going to change because they'll be back for round number 2 in just a little bit. Second call, junior dragster, staging lanes, please, for your third and final round of qualifying. Junior dragster, staging lanes, please, for your third and final round of qualifying. Second call. Attention in the pit area. Okay, we're going to do another call. Junior dragster, staging lanes, please, for third and final round of qualifying. Stand by, modern Hemi. We're going to give you another qualifying pass. Modern Hemi, we're going to give you one more qualifying pass. And same with Quick 8. And the Lucky 16 class, we're going to give you one more qualifying pass as well. So stand by to be called to the staging lanes for that. So another call, junior, staging lanes, please, for your final qualifying pass of the day. And then stand by, modern Hemi. We'll be calling you one more time for your final qualifying pass of the day. Same with Quick 8, Lucky 16. Definitely want to thank L&H Industrial for basically helping us bring this event to you. Of course, they've been bringing next-level industry solutions to lots of problems for over 60 years. So L&H Industrial, thank you for helping us out here this weekend. Wheels Classic Appraisals, located Edmonton South. And basically anything on wheels, they will appraise. If you got to insure it, if you're selling it, restoring it, or registering it, Wheels Classic Appraisals. Thank you for your support of this weekend's event. And of course, another one. We'll do one more here. Why not? Because they're helping us out. Pro Control, Canada's largest wholesaler of HVAC and refrigeration control parts for commercial buildings and more. Pro Control, thank you for your support here this weekend at the 5th Annual Western Mopar Madness. Proudly brought to you by Crystal Glass, organized and hosted, of course, by the Edmonton Mopar Association. Been a great day thus far. Bang on schedule as far as our events here today, which is, that's good. That is good. Final call, junior, staging lanes, please, for your final qualifying pass of the day. Stand by, modern Hemi class. Stand by, modern Hemi class, to be called to staging lanes for your final qualifying pass of the day. Road course racing continues with the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. Big points event day for them today and tomorrow. Of course, we got the drag race action here a little bit later on today, about just after 6. The 3/8 mile clay oval track gets going. And I know they got dirt late models, IMCA modifieds, super stocks, mini stocks. Boy, it's been a while since I've announced an oval event. I might have to sneak over there tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Want to thank Just Cuz Customs. Custom auto body modification, refinishing, and even personalized artwork on it as well. If you can get paint to stick to it, they'll paint it for you. Just Cuz Customs. Proud sponsor here this weekend at the Western Mopar Madness. Have you had a chance to meander down into our car zone area? Wow. Lots of beautiful, beautiful Mopars in the drag pit area. Judging continues. Awards, what, about 3 o'clock? Something like that, I think. I haven't even seen the like, all I'm worried about is the schedule up here. The car show is a different beast altogether. Like, I've gone to a couple of car shows, went to the Canada Day car show in Leduc. When they have spots for 100 vehicles, but 220 show up. Oh, that was an event and a half in Leduc at the Canada Day Car Show. Speaking of car shows, though, we do have to mention this. St. Albert's got a biggie coming up, Rockin' August. I think it's next weekend. Anyway, St. Albert Dodge,
There's a loose dog at the back of staging.
proud sponsor of the Rockin' August weekend. They're also holding a special lunch. Special lunch at their dealership in next couple of weeks. But St. Albert Dodge, another proud weekend sponsor here. Western Mopar Madness. I'm just kind of listening to the radio communication. We have a dog that kind of broke free of the leash. I'm free. Running in the staging lanes. I think it's been.
No, it's on the pro pad. You can see it right now.
Where?
Right behind there, you can see he's walking beside there.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Oh, it's over in the pit area. It's by the porta potty. That's a big black one. Okay, we got to grab that one. Don't need him wandering onto the racetrack. Okay, we'll do the announcement now. All dogs, please. Can you have them on a leash, please? Thank you. Thank you. This special announcement brought to you by. Yeah. So if you are missing, what is that? That's a mid-size black. There's some lab in there, I know that. All righty, we've got them. We've got them.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Modern Hemis, first call to staging lanes. Modern Hemis, first call to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, Modern Hemis, first call, Modern Hemis to staging lanes, please. Alrighty, we got our first pair of juniors for their third round of qualifiers getting ready to rip here. Braden Marty coming in that fine surfing swine dragster. I believe it's another Marty in the should be good dragster. I might be wrong about that. And if you're looking to get into some junior dragster action, make sure you're checking them on out at Facebook, Instagram, and everywhere else. Nitro Rats here at Rad Torque Raceways. You can see a great reaction. Just narrowly in the red for Braden Marty at 49 thou, and his opponent only 68 thou. Coming with a 12.35. Braden Marty coming with a 9.36. Sarah Duchesne coming in once again, moving up the age bracket. I believe she moved from Storm into Lightning. In Storm, she was a 3-time champion. She is currently the points leader, I believe, for the Lightning. I might be mistaken on that, but she also was, I believe, our champion for the Rocky Mountain Nationals here a couple weekends ago. Going against Presley McLean, coming in from Onaway. Very similar reactions on these two. Only about 5 thou separated them at the tree there for reactions. 8.92 for Sarah Duchesne, 12.21 for Presley there. Emily Bent coming up next with Riker Dupuis. Riker Dupuis brought to you by Murray's Truck Auto Parts and Locators, Lone Wolf Bobcat, and Morton Distortion Racing. Getting ready to take a rip. Bent brought to you by Finney's Cat, it looks like. Looks like they might be running for the starter. Alrighty, thank you, Tristan. Looks like Tristan Duchesne got the starter there. Emily Bent, 9:04 on that run, hitting 72 miles per hour on the 8th mile. Riker getting fired back up. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Modern Hemi. Second call, Modern Hemi. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Modern Hemi. Second call, Modern Hemi for your second time trial. Once again, Modern Hemi, this is your second call for your second time trial. Modern Hemi, second call for your second time trial. And Lucky 16 and Quick 8, you are on standby for a second time trial. Lucky 16 and Quick 8, once again, this is a standby for your second qualifier. Easton Marty and Riker Dupuis, only 1,000 separating them on reactions, 8:09 and 8:22. Great runs out of both of them there for their third qualifier. And our final junior, Owen Marty, coming on in from Mill, Alberta, and ripping on out.
Okay, another call. Staging lanes, please. Modern Hemi class. Lanes 5 and 6 for your final qualifying pass of the day. If you weren't happy with your first one, well, let's see what happens in your second pass, second and final pass, before we move into eliminations. So, we'll do it. Final call, Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. Final call. Modern Hemi class staging lanes number 5 and 6 for your final qualifying pass of the day. We got to do a little bit of track prep, so we'll give you some few extra minutes to make your way to the staging lanes. Blackjack's Roadhouse, thank you for the big party last night, the big meet and greet. Of course, Blackjack's Roadhouse, you're home for 2, 4, or 18 wheels. Actually, I haven't been to bike night there yet. Bike night at Blackjack's is on Tuesday, and then I haven't been to their Sunday meet and greet events at Blackjack's. It's every Sunday morning, too. So that's for the 4 wheels. But anyway, Blackjack's, huge supporter here at Rad Torque Raceway. Want to thank Southtown Dodge, another local dealership that is proudly supporting the Western Mopar Madness event, 5th annual. Southtown Dodge, exceptional customer service, and a knowledgeable team as well. So again, Southtown Dodge, thank you. We talked about this earlier. If you're needing to get a car from point A to point B and don't want to use a transport truck, there are alternatives, that's for sure. And Ruby Drives Canada is one of them. If you need a vehicle to deliver, well, give Ruby Drives Canada a shout. They are AMVIC certified as well. Yeah, Kazi Technologies, another weekend supporter here. Been in business since 2006. Field machining, heat treating, bolting equipment, all kinds of stuff there at Kazi Technologies. Thank you for your support at the 2025 Western Mopar Madness. Awards will be presented this afternoon about 3 o'clock as far as the car show end of things. This is Western Canada's largest all Mopar show and race. Final round of qualifying, and then we move into racing here on the quarter-mile NHRA drag strip, when all the runs will count, where there's no second chances, there's no buybacks. You want to see the win light flashing in your lane at the end of your run. However, one more round of qualifying, get the butterflies out of the stomach, and then you move into round number 1. Final call. Track prep is done. Getting ready for the signal to fire up the cars in the staging lanes. Final round of qualifying, modern Hemi Madness. The class, and if you're not in the staging lanes, you got about 3 minutes, if that, to get to the staging lanes for your final qualifying pass of the day. Quick 8, Lucky 16, stand by. We'll be calling you next. Quick 8, Lucky 16. We do have room to, I guess we can put them in lanes 1 and 2. How about 1 and 9? Yeah, let's mess them up back there big time. No, 1 and 2? Okay. Quick 8, Lucky 16, we're going to give you the first call right now. Staging lanes, please. 1 and 2. Quick 8, Lucky 16. First call, staging lanes for your final qualifying pass of the day. All right, we are moving into final round qualifying in the modern Hemi class. Yeah, that's Justin DeClark. And that 2021, oh, he went past the start line. We won't say anything. Couldn't see anything through the tire smoke. He's in the Summit lane. Jason Sinclair in that 23 Challenger in the Napa lane. Jason Sinclair completed the Miles of Mayhem. Sinclair out of Sherwood Park. Well, get those red lights out of your system now. That is one quick way to end your day. Red lights don't matter in time trials. You don't want that red bulb to illuminate during eliminations. We got Lance Churchuk, your defending event champion, won this event 1 year ago in a 1970 Duster. He is the current point leader in regular track points at Rad Torque Raceway. He's a guy to keep an eye on. Actually, someone decided, let's bring out my tow vehicle in the Napa lane. Let's fill the field a little bit. So we got the first pass of the day in that Ram Power Wagon. I have no name. So the mystery man. We do have a competitor number, so he is registered. We just haven't entered him into the system yet. And he won't get a time. He took too long to pre-stage and stage. That's too bad. 1184 though. 112.98 miles an hour for Lance Churchuk. Next time we see Lance, it'll be round number 1 of eliminations. Brian Popple in the Summit lane. Tamara Erlacher in the Napa lane. Their final qualifying pass of the day. Reaction times, yeah, not bad. You'd like to see a 0 point and then insert number here. A perfect light for reaction time is 0-0-0. And this will also be the last time we actually get to see the drivers' individual reaction times during qualifying. During eliminations, reaction time is not shown on the finish line scoreboard. Jimmy Warren in the Durango. Sasaba Kossis in the Challenger. Napa lane. He was hot lapping that car earlier on today. This is probably pass number 15 for him down the strip. In that olive green Challenger. Waylon Carlson in that 03 Dakota. He's not a slouch either, and he wants to go rounds here this afternoon, taking on James Stevens up from Calgary in the Demon. Stevens at 10:53 at 131.27 miles per hour. Carlson at 13:03. Just over 104 miles per hour. In that Devon Chrysler sponsored 08 Dodge Magnum, Ashley Isabel out of Devon. She went to the final 1 year ago in that Magnum. Runner-up. Just to let you know, she got engaged this morning on the track as well. So congrats to Ashley. Greg Palmer from Calgary in the Challenger. Good looking reaction time from Palmer, but look at a negative sign means he red lit. A 002 red light, a 10.24. Ashley running through with a 12.53. Final round qualifying in the books. For the Hemi shootout class, the modern Hemi class. Next time we see them, they will be here for round number 1 eliminations. Let's do final call, quick 8, lucky 16. All of you should be in the staging lanes now. Quick 8, lucky 16. All of you should be in the staging lanes now for your final round of qualifying. Yeah, I thought, race fans, we would have a bump on the board, but we do not. Where did my sheet? Right now, the okay, I'm going to ask you to use your imagination. The bump spot right now is 10.18 seconds. If you want to be in the quick 8, you have to go faster than 10.18 seconds. Keith Erlacher right now holding that spot down, and Keith Erlacher is in that brown 70 CUDA. He has the bump spot. Wally Kuzik out of Spruce Grove and the red Duster. So that's Keith Erlacher's best pass of the day, up to a 10-10. And that moves several drivers down one spot. Dylan McIsaac in that Ram. Now, where is McIsaac? He is 12th quick in this truck. 12th quick. He ran a 12:22. Let's see if he can sneak into the 11s at least. Brad Ziegler. in the Roadrunner. $11.57, 12.21. Well, he's got consistency going for him, that's for sure. Around a 12.22 his first qualifying pass, a 12.21 his second qualifying pass. Brian Horlack was 9th quick in that blue 73 Dodge Dart. Now he ran a 10.21. Now with Keith Urlacher running a 10.10, the new bump spot actually will be James Paul. A 10.17 is now the new bump spot. You want to be a part of the quick 8, you'll have to go faster than 10.17. Well, we can go right down to the thousands of a second if you want. 10.177 seconds if you want to be a part of the quick 8. So that's the new bump spot. Just imagine that's on the board, 10.17. Brian Horlack, right now, his best qualifying pass, a 10.21. So, Horlack will need to go faster than 10.177 seconds. Gerald Cardinal, well, he's 14th quick right now on the property in that 72 Duster. And he needs to find about a second and a half. And that'll be tough. No, Horlack goes a little bit slower. 10.25. So here is your bump car in the Summit Lane. James Paul, right now, 8th quickest. He ran a 10.17, his first pass of the day in that blue Dodge Coronet. Kevin White out of Sturgeon, Alberta, is 11.18. He is 11th fastest on the property. James Paul does go quicker. Paul goes quicker. Kevin White goes quicker. No, actually, Kevin White off the pace a little bit. 11.18 was his first pass. So Paul improves. Moves up one spot. Darcy Clark, that's 64 Plymouth Savoy. Darcy Clark, 3rd fastest on the property in the Summit Lane with a 9.83. Larry Menzel, 6th fastest on the property. Clark runs a 55. So that moves him to the number 2 spot with that run. Clark moving up 2 spots. I think. Oh, 10.55, yep. No, that's slower. Your next pairing, James DeHerck in that 69 Dart. Jesse Stevens in the Duster. James DeHerck hangs on to that number 1 qualifying spot. He ran a 9.21, but his best pass was a 9.17. Cars seem to be just a little off the pace in this round number 2 of qualifying. Gerald Matt out of Sherwood Park in the Plymouth Fury in the Summit Lane. Dwight Elfrey in the Barracuda in the Napa Lane. Elfrey, he ran a 10.15. But he qualified with a 10.13, so he'll keep that first pass. And Peter Noyen out of Fort Saskatchewan. Well, Noyen's got to find a ton of ET. He is 13th quick right now in that 74 Duster. You'd like to go a little bit faster on this run here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, reaction time way off. Yeah, I'm hearing it coughing and sputtering a little bit on that run. 1177, 116.37 miles per hour. But he did go quicker, though, even with that sputtering sounding pass. And that'll move him to about 11th quick on the property. Not quite into the top 8, but close enough. So, all qualifying in the books. And the next time we see cars going down the racetrack, they're heading for the big trophy is what it is. Round number 1 will be coming up in just a couple of moments in all of the classes. Should we bring up the Run What You Brung? Hang on, let me talk with race control, because that's on my list here, because they're supposed to run twice. Hang on. In other words, please stand by. Attention in the pit area. Run What You Brung. If you have registered for that, you can now approach the staging lanes for your little Saturday afternoon jaunt down the quarter-mile strip. So for car show participants, if you've registered for the Run What You Brung, come on down to the staging lanes right now. We'll put you in 1 and 2. Not sure how many. We've got a few. It was an experiment this year for organizers of the Western Mopar Madness. If anyone with their car show cars, if they wanted to come down the strip, have some fun. You don't have to do a burnout if you don't want. It's just kind of show off the car. So anyway, Run What You Brung. If you've registered for that, staging lanes 1 and 2. And we'll run you guys off as we allow all of our competitors to kind of figure out their dial-in times. And a dial-in time, well, we'll explain it once the cars start coming to the start line area. It's a race within a race. And dial-in racing, it's actually pretty cool. It really is. So stand by for that for round number 1 on all of our competitors. Another call, Run What You Brung class to the staging lanes, please. Clearly Superior Glass, locally owned and operated in Spruce Grove. They've been there for 20 years. I grew up in Spruce Grove, so yep. For all your glass needs, vintage or new, Clearly Superior Glass in Spruce Grove. Now, talking with several of the competitors, they get a nice shiny trophy, but they also get a fancy schmancy jacket. And I want that jacket is what a lot of people I've been hearing say in the pit area. Lance Churchuk won the event last year, got the jacket. He's showing it to everyone, strutting his stuff in the pit area. But Alice Embroidery, in-house embroidery and screen printing, there for all the promotional needs. So Alice Embroidery, because, well, it's kind of a tie-in because the jacket's got all that fancy embroidering. Yeah. Okay, I think I caught a glimpse of him earlier. Social media is going to be awash in pictures from this event. And where did he go? No relation to me, but Vincent Craig Photography. Automotive imagery, capturing your ride in images, and more. So, Vincent Craig, thank you for coming out. And shooting some beautiful pics, which we will be seeing online a little later on today, tomorrow. Well, things are quiet over on the road course right now. I don't know if it's a lunch break. No, I see the cars are lined up. One thing this was awesome. I don't know if you can see the back end from your vantage point. It's a Mazda. It's car number 1. Well, it's car number 62, but it's the first car in the lineup. Now, if you've been involved in motorsports for as long as, well, yours truly has, Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, they do ice racing, and many, many moons ago, we're back in the 1990s, okay, folks? We had the Unsers come to town, and Al Unser Jr. ran that Mazda back in the day. So it shows you get into racing, these cars can last for years. But that 62 car was the car that Al Unser Jr. ran with the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club many, many, many moons ago. So.
That'd be perfect. Yeah, that'd be better. Yeah. They can either print off.
Yeah, print off and then. So,
These are the quick 8.
quick 8 competitors. Are you on the list? Well, here are the names. Your number 1 qualifier on the day, James Derhick, with that 9:17 blast earlier on. Your number 2 qualifier, Greg McClellan. 3rd quick, Darcy Clark. 4th quick, Jesse Stevens. Keith Erlacher. 5th quick, Dwight Elfrey. 6th quick. 7th quick, James Paul. Larry Menzel, you snuck in. 8th quick. So those are your quick 8 competitors for the day. Derhick, McClellan, Clark, Stevens, Erlacher, Elfrey, Paul, and Menzel. We will ladder you up and let you cool down a little bit, because round number 1 for you guys in just a little bit. You're not even on standby yet. However, modern Hemi class, you're going to be on standby. But the standby is a lengthy standby, okay? So not to worry. But modern Hemi, you will be next, right after Junior Dragster in round number 1.
He can drive around it.
Kazi Technologies, been in business since 2006 with field machining, bolting equipment, heat treating, sales and rentals. Kazi Technology, proud weekend supporter here at the 5th Annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass. So the run what you brung class. Basically, it's just you're not going racing, but it kind of gives you the introductory to going down the drag strip. And the burnouts were optional. We can tell the driver the pickup. Oh, that's a Riley Parkin in that 60 or 97 Dodge Ram pickup. Andrew Camello in the Plymouth Volare. I remember the old jingle for Plymouth Volare. Volare, come see Plymouth Volare. That shows you how old I am. Riley, Anthony Schmidt now in that 94 Ram 1500. Jonathan Ivan or I think that's Ivan. Anyway, Jonathan. We got the first name right anyway. 03 Ram 1500. Nice looking truck. He's had some fun with that. And look at the reaction time from Schmidt at 0:08. He better be careful, or he could take out some heavy hitters with reaction times like that. Yeah, you know what, Anthony, you can't hear me. Go see Wayne Carlson in the pits, because he's organizing the sportsman class, which is more for the newcomers to the sport of drag racing. And that's what some of these folks here are right now. They've never been down a drag strip before. Some have, some haven't. Cody Armstrong in that SRT Neon. Glenn Romaniuk in the Challenger. Yeah. Mo Plamondon in that 60 Coronet. Fred Whiteman, 68 Dodge Dart. Again, burnouts are optional. And just kind of figuring things out. And who knows, maybe we'll see these guys out next weekend for a points event or Friday night street legal drags. It doesn't matter. Just have fun. Jeff Knophoff in the Hellcat in the Summit lane. And in the Demon in the Napa lane, the guy that goes by the name Ray. Ray. No last name. Just Ray. But could he have gone into the quick 8? Maybe not quite comfortable yet. Yeah, that run would have got him into the quick 8. However, if you're still kind of spreading your wings, I guess, so to speak, in the drag race end of things, not quite ready to, you know what, throw the hat into the ring. And that is called losing traction at the start line. Miles Allen in that Coronet. Yeah, it took him almost 3 seconds to get to the 60-foot mark. And guaranteed that was going to easily be in the high 13-second range if he didn't lose all that ET because of loss of traction at the start line. But then again, burnouts are optional. Okie dokie. Here's what's going on, race fans. We are going to take an intermission? Really? Okay, that's okay. And so we are going to be back at it here about well, actually, that's less than 30 minutes. Okay, approximately 1:30. We're going to go back racing here, but you'll hear the call over the PA system to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. So, intermission time right now. Perfect opportunity to meander about in the concourse area. If you got the growlies, Dar's food truck is here. Cole's mini donuts. There's ice cream. If you got kids, a Magic Pixie Brush, their tent. They're doing face painting. It's for the kidlets. And, of course, all of our huge sponsors of the facility. Leduc Chrysler's here, Southtown Chrysler's here, St. Albert Dodge out in the concourse area. Actually, Leduc Chrysler's got a decent display in the pits in the car show area. Love it. Alberta First Responders, you may want to try your hand and visit the Children's Camps International booth. They are raffling off a Dodge Dart Swinger. Yeah, Alberta First Responders has got that 50-50. The Mad Edmonton chapter is here. Alberta Diabetes Foundation is here with, they got a, can I say this? They got a Ford truck at a Mopar show. That's okay. We'll give him that. Yeah. He's out in the pit area right across from where the car show area here, but Mike Hall from Rust Valley Restorers is here. He's got a bunch of swag that he's selling and signing. Of course, the Edmonton Mopar Association, they've got their merch tent. I said merch. Oh, merchandise. I don't like short forming. Merchandise, yes. Tent. And like I said, they're celebrating their, 10th anniversary next year, the Edmonton Mopar Association. So next year is going to be quite the bash. But also out in the concourse area, the Mutual Sinners tent with T-shirts and more. Canadian Classic Car Rentals. Greystone Blasting, Ivan Rose Creations, handcrafted and custom jewelry. Of course, the Mac Tools trucks are here. You know what? They're almost like an ice cream van for guys and gals. Yeah, we get the Mac Trucks Tools pulling by the dealership where I work quite often. Touch of Nostalgia is here with tin signs and more. D&E Curios and Treasuries, Scott's Diecast and Toys. So, like I said, lots of stuff out in the concourse area. Fifth Avenue Collection, Indigenous Gifts and Apparel. Spark Monkey. I didn't see them out there, but they're here. Because normally I do a round and just make a note. But Spark Monkey is here. Tina Speruta. Raw Identity Lasered Creations, Brittany Clemens, KW Tool Sales. Oh, that's Matco. Matco Tools is here too. And how about a bit now? Richfield Auctions is here. Did I ever tell you I'm an amateur auctioneer? Yeah, anyway, that's, we won't go there. Very amateur.
You won't go there?
Yep. So, intermission time here at Rad Torque Raceway. We will make the calls to the staging lanes for first round eliminations shortly. So they said about a 30-minute intermission. I think it's going to be quicker than that, folks. So my guess, it might be about 1:30 you'll hear that call, but who knows? So just enjoy meandering about the facility, the sights and sounds of the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass. Of course, thank you to all the folks that the VIP lounge, that sold out so quick this year. And you get the perks in the VIP lounge. I think lunch is going on right about now, too. So it's good timing. So back at it about 1:30-ish. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Alrighty, I know you might have heard about it earlier, but we do have the 50-50 going around. It should be in those beautiful, I believe it was blue and yellow outfits. Or you can also, if you are looking to find them, the best way is to head on over to that 50-50 booth and find them there. We had them out here for Rocky Mountain Nationals, and there was quite the big pot that was somebody walked home with. Well, several big pots, in fact. So if you are looking to get in on that action, make sure you're heading on over there and catching them. Also, once again, if you are interested in giving bracket racing a try, the best person to talk to, and he's actually here today partially specifically to be able to help people with that, is Waylon Carlson. He's in that lovely blue truck with all the stickers out in the pits, wearing his camouflage cap. He is an amazing person to talk to. He'll be able to help you out. If you are interested in joining bracket racing, or if you're just curious about it in general, he is an amazing person to talk to, and one of our fantastic sportsman racers here at Rad Torque Raceways. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We are just about at the end of our half-hour intermission here. Could I please have juniors start making your way on down to staging lanes, please? Juniors to staging lanes, please. We will be looking to get you guys started and running in the next 5 or so minutes here. That is attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters to your staging lanes, please. Alrighty, I've just gotten our little run order confirmed. So once again, juniors are making their way on down to those staging lanes. This is second call juniors, second call juniors. I can see, looks like a couple of you are already making your way on down there. After the juniors, we'll be having our modern Hemis. Following them will be our quick eights. And then it'll be our juniors again. And then we will be moving on in the run order as we find out things. But it should potentially, as it stands, be the lucky 16 coming in after that second round of juniors. So once again, juniors are coming on into the lanes right now. Then it'll be modern Hemi, quick 8, juniors again. And then our lucky 16 should be at present the ones coming in after them in the run order.
Well, it looks like the folks over on the road course, Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, had their break the exact same time that we did. Action is resuming. The NHRA Safety Safari Radtorque team heading down the return road to the top end of the racetrack. And you know, that's a sign that we are getting close to resuming our big event here today, the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness presented by Crystal Glass, Western Canada's largest all-Mopar show and race. Want to thank 4M Solutions for their support for this weekend as well. Mechanical manufacturing, management, and maintenance solutions. Of course, Alberta Rewind and Pump Services. They're all over the place too. Western Canada and Northwest Territories is where they service electric pump motors and generator needs. Of course, CNC Industries as well. They're involved in mining, construction, and the earth moving scene. And lots of proud sponsors and supporters of this weekend's event. 50-50 tickets still for sale. Now you can find them, Alberta First Responders, selling 50-50 tickets at their booth out in the concourse area. Actually, Mad Edmonton, an area chapter, they've got their charity booth as well out in the concourse area. The Alberta Diabetes Foundation teamed up, obviously, with the Rock in August event out in St. Albert. They're raffling off a vehicle as well. Of course, in the pit area, I don't know if you had a chance to meet with him yet or not. It's a busy area, but Mike Hall with the Rust Valley Restorers, special guest of the weekend, is here as well. Another call, junior dragsters, staging lanes, please. Another call, junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please, for first round eliminations. Another call, juniors to the staging lanes, please. On standby right now, obviously, modern Hemi class. Standby, modern Hemi class, standby to be called to the staging lanes for your first round of eliminations. Another big shout out to Urban Vinyl Signage, trusted partner for high quality sign and decal solutions. You look around this facility and you can see some of their work as well. Urban Vinyl Signage, a proud sponsor of the Western Mopar Madness weekend here at the Rad Torque Raceway. So top end is checking in. When are we going to see some cars Hang tough. Hang tough. They're coming. They're coming. Trust us. All juniors are in the staging lanes now. They're set, ready to go for round number 1. Now, we talked about dial-in times earlier on, well, this morning and early afternoon during the time trial qualifying portion of our day. You're actually getting a sneak peek at dial-in times right now on the finish line scoreboard. That number is what the driver says I am going to run in my race against my fellow competitor. 12:02 seconds to a 9:34 second pass. Now, the deal is here. The slower car will get a head start. So you can do quick mental math here. About a 3-second head start for Owen Marty. Braden Marty, battle of the brothers.
Alrighty, they're getting lined on up, making like an arborist and finding that tree. If I'm not mistaken, they also raced off at the Canadian Nationals as well. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Modern Hemi to staging lanes, please. Modern Hemi to staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Modern Hemi to staging lanes, please. Ooh, Owen Marty, 77th hour reaction going to come in. Let's see where he lands. 12:01, narrowly breaking out, meaning he went faster than his dial, which normally would be a loss. But Braden Marty, an ultra narrow red light by only 12 thou, which is an actual automatic red, automatic loss there. So that will be Odin Marty with that win light, moving on to the next round. Up next, Emily Bent dialed 9 flat, going against Serenity Borden. Borden heading off, going to be trying to keep Emily in behind her. There's a big reaction advantage, going to be hard to overcome. And that will decide it. Emily Bent getting it. Big reaction advantage at only 73 thou. She will lock out Serenity, meaning there's no way Serenity could have run good enough off of that start in order to have won against Emily there. Once again, win light Emily. Up next, record repeat brought to you by Murray's Truck Auto Parts and Locators, Lone Wolf Bobcat, and Morton Distortion Racing, dialed 8:19. Going to be leaving almost 4 seconds before Presley McLean. Going to have to be super patient at that start line as he's going to try and chase down that 12:16. And Presley pre-stages first. It's going to be a tight one, but despite having the reaction advantage, Presley McLean goes too fast. 20 thou under that dial-in, meaning he went faster than what the time he declared. Riker Dupuis getting that win light and moving on to the next round. On our final pair, Easton Marty with Sarah Duchesne. Sarah Duchesne is once again our winner for the Rocky Mountain Champions and our point leader, I believe, currently for our juniors. I believe Junior Lightning or Junior Storm. I can't remember which. Sorry, my bad. Getting ready to race off against Eastern Marty. Marty at 8:08. Going to be trying to chase her down. Ooh, this one maybe is going to come down to reactions. And it will be win light for Sarah Duchesne. She will take the stripe by 64 thousandths of a second and get that win light. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Modern Hemi, Modern Hemi. This is your second call to staging lanes, please. Second call to staging lanes, please. Modern Hemi, Modern Hemi to staging lanes, please. Quick 8, you are on standby. This is a standby call. Quick 8. Quick 8, you are on standby. Second call, Modern Hemi. Second call, Modern Hemi.
Alex twice. Done them twice too. Top end is clear. A little bit of track maintenance up to the 330-foot mark on the strip, and we are going to move into round number 1, eliminations. In the modern Hemi class. Now, a little bit of a side note. We've been talking all day, lucky 16, lucky 16, lucky 16. Well, there's a reason why it is called the lucky 16. Right now, we only have, what is it, 7 cars in the lucky 16? Because they did not go fast enough to make it to the quick 8. So, we're going to need, what, about 8 more cars, approximately. Well, where do we get these cars from? Simple. Modern Hemi, round 1 coming up.
Everybody's eliminating, right? Modern Hemis, we have to get them.
With the dial-ins in? Oh yeah, this is round 1, folks.
Yeah. Well, that's what
So, to get our lucky 16, now why we're calling it the lucky part is half of the field should have gone home after round number 1. But we're going to take, I think this is how it's going to work, the quickest competitors that were eliminated in round 1 in the quick 8. So that'll be 4. And then in the modern Hemi class, we're going to go up and tap someone on the shoulder. Do you want a second chance? And we'll toss you into the remaining field of the lucky 16 competitors. So that's how we get our lucky 16 field. So, it's almost win or go home time. Not quite. But you get a second chance, and you can race in the lucky 16 bracket category. Jimmy Warren in the Durango, dialed in with a 13.50, will leave the start line first. Greg Palmer up from Calgary in the Challenger will do the chasing, but patience for Palmer. 1, 2, 3, and the chase is on. Can Palmer catch Warren before he gets to the finish line? Yeah, oh yeah. He just had to worry about not breaking out. Palmer picks up the win. And we'll move on to round number 2. James Stevens up from Calgary in that Dodge Demon, dialed in with a 10.53. He's going to do the chasing in this run, okay? He is going up against your defending event champion. Won it all in this class 1 year ago, and that is Lance Churchuk in the Duster. Churchuk will be looking over his right-hand shoulder right about now and going, uh-oh. Oh, he stole it. Churchuk was sleeping at the start line. Stevens had him. As far as the better reaction time, the veteran Churchuk, he will look at his time slip and he's going, man, I shouldn't have won that. Churchuk off to round number 2. Stevens will have the option to run in the lucky 16. Your next pairing. Sasaba Kostas in the Challenger, dialed in 14 seconds even. He's got about a 2-second head start. Tamara Urlacher in the 2016 Challenger, dialed in with a 12.18, will give chase. Urlacher in that purple Challenger, the better reaction time has already caught up to Kostas. She broke out. 12.14 on a 12.18. She said she would run 12.18. She ran too fast. Done for the day, unless she has the option of running the lucky 16. So the dial-in times, that is the driver's, how should we say it? That's the bullseye. We're playing darts, drag racing style. We're playing darts. I play darts, so this is where the darts analogy comes in. It's wonderful. That's the bullseye. That's what the drivers are aiming for. They want to hit that number because that's the number they said, this is what I'm going to run in my elimination matchup here. This number can change all the time. Now, we actually did our time trials, our last round of time trials. The times were slower because the humidity came up a little bit, and now that the sun is coming out, we could see a lot of breakouts here. Tension in the pit area. Here are the quick 8 drivers once again. James Derhick, Greg McClellan, Darcy Clark, Jesse Stevens, Keith Erlacher, Dwight Elfrey, James Paul, Larry Menzel. Ashley Isabel in that Devon Chrysler, sponsored 08 Dodge Magnum. She went to the final last year, runner-up. She got engaged this morning here at Radtorg Raceway. She's got some distractions right now. 12:49 the Island time. Brian Popple gonna try to, and she redlets. Ashley Isabel redlets in that Magnum. Brian Popple will get the automatic win. Popple, and Popple actually goes faster too with his dial-in time. Didn't matter, redlit for Ashley. And Popple off to round number 2. Ashley will possibly have the option to run the Lucky 16 race. We'll see what happens there. Waylon Carlson in that 03 Dakota pickup, dialed in with a 13:04, but just under a half-second head start goes to Jason Sinclair in that 23 Challenger. Both drivers are away. At the stripe, it is Waylon Carlson running a 13:05 on his 13:04 dial-in time. So almost a perfect run there as far as running the dial-in time. Justin DeClercq in that 2021, is that a Demon? I can't see from here. Demon or a Hellcat? I can't tell. I think that's a Demon. 9:65 the dial-in time. Vincent Viglianti in the Challenger, dialed in with a 10:25 at the stripe. It is DeClercq picking up the win and off to the next round. Out of Devon, Alberta, in the Challenger. He's had a busy week. He participated in that Miles of Mayhem event running in Rimbey, Forestburg, Medicine Hat. Here on, was it Thursday night? I think they were here. He is your Miles of Mayhem champion, picking up the big win. He gets the bye run into round number 2. Kind of a test and tune run, dialed in with a 993, 998. He'll take that. Grasso getting the bye run into round number 2.
Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can we please have the quick 8 to staging lanes, please? That is James Derrick, Greg McKellen, Darcy Clark, Jesse Stevens, Keith Erlacher, Dwight Allifrey, James Paul, and Larry Menzel. Please make your way on down to those staging lanes. That is, once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Quick 8. James Derrick, Greg McClellan, Darcy Clark, James Stevens, Keith Erlacher, Dwight Allifrey, James Paul, and Larry Menzel to the staging lanes, please. You guys are set to run right away here for your quick 8 elimination round 1.
So, modern Hemi competitors, if you were eliminated in round number 1, guess what? We're going to steal a NASCAR phrase here. You're going to get the lucky dog we're going to toss you into the lucky 16 because, ironically, the number of vehicles that were eliminated will equal now. We'll have 16 competitors in this lucky 16 race.
The quick eight, when they're done, they're done.
The quick 8, guess what? Yeah, that's it. There's no second chances in the quick 8 class.
So after and then we'll run.
It's in my head now.
You want to give the cops a heads up that they're going to run after.
So quick 8 competitors. That'll be, of course, James Durek, McClellan, Clark, Stevens, Erlacher, Elfrey, Paul, Menzel. Another call to the staging lanes for round number 1. No second chances. Another call. Quick 8 competitors. Staging lanes, please, for round number 1 eliminations. Junior dragster competitors, please stand by for your next round of competition. After the juniors, we'll have some test and tune runs. I think the police, the Blue Line Racing Team. Yeah, Blue Line team, stand by. You'll be going right after the juniors, okay, for your test and tune runs. So just a heads up there.
I need to write it down. I can't do it as well as like that.
Well, the ladder is now posted for round 2 of the modern Hemi class. Ryan Grassel, you will get the bye run. Boy, it's your lucky day, even though you're not even running in the lucky 16. Your pairings, Greg Palmer, Waylon Carlson, Justin DeClerc, Brian Popple, Lance Churchuk, Sasaba Kostas. So that's round number 2 in modern Hemi. You guys got a little bit of cool down time, so not to worry there. But you know who you are facing. Churchuk, Kostas, DeClerc, Popple, Palmer, Carlson, Grassel. You get the bye. Been an incredible day thus far, and it's still the early goings. The quick 8 coming up next on deck. Third call. Quick 8 competitors. Staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Quick 8 competitors. Staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Junior competitors, stand by. Junior competitors, stand by to come up for your second round of eliminations. Blackjack's Roadhouse, just down the street from us here. Huge supporters of the motorsports scene. Huge supporters of the car and motorcycle scene as well. I've been involved in some of their car shows. Bike night on Tuesday night. I need a battery for my bike, so I'm kind of on the sidelines right now. But anyway, Blackjack's Roadhouse, thank you for being a proud weekend supporter and an event sponsor and a facility sponsor, too, over the years. Thank you. This is round one of the quick 8. We got to enter the dial-in times onto the finish line scoreboard. Those have not been done yet, so we're going to hold off on the burnouts. The quick 8 will be reduced to the fast 4 after this round of eliminations. Cuda versus Duster. Keith Urlacher will be leaving the start line first, and the Barracuda dialed in with a 10:15. He qualified number 5 earlier on today. Jesse Stevens in the Duster, down from Beaver Lodge, dialed in with a 9:82. Stevens qualified 4th. Oh, and a red light for Stevens. The day is done. Not the color you want to see in round number 1. So Urlacher off to round number 2. Well, since the 1990s, these drivers have squared off many times here at this facility. Larry Menzel out of St. Albert in the Plymouth Satellite, dialed in with a 10:14. Look at the dial-in times. They're even almost identical. James Paul out of Sherwood Park in the Coronet. Numerous times he's won the track championship here. This might be his final season of drag racing. James Paul, your winner, courtesy. The better reaction time at the start line. Paul off to round at number 2. Your next pairing, we've got Dwight Elfrey in that 74 Barracuda. Elfrey out of Sherwood Park, dialed in with a 10:16. Going to give chase is Darcy Clark out of Stony Plain. Heading off to Brainerd, Minnesota in a few weeks, and then the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis, Indiana, which he won 2 years ago. The stripe. Oh, around number 1. Bit of an upset there. Elfrey will pick up the win. Elfrey heading to round number 2, the semifinals. Oh, we got a break. One car not making the call here. Your number 1 qualifier on the day. He ran 9:17 in qualifying earlier on today. And that is James Derhick. Let's see what he runs. How close to the dial-in time? 9:31. Little bit of wiggle room. 9:31 on his 9:17 dial. His competitor. No show. A break. So your number 1 qualifier got the big break and a single into round number 2. Semifinals in the quick 8. Coming up next. Attention in the pit area, junior dragsters. Back to the staging lanes, please. Winners, junior dragster. Back to the staging lanes, please, for round number 2. That Coronet, talk to James Paul. If you want a proven race car, he's actually thinking this is his last year of racing. So talk to him. That car is going to be for sale, perhaps. Proven car. Another call, winners, juniors, back to the staging lanes, please. Another call, winners, junior dragster, back to the staging lanes, please. And stand by in the pit area for test and tune. The Blue Line Racing Team. Test and tune for you right after the junior dragsters. Okie doke. Busy day here at Rad Torque Raceway. Of course, we've got the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. They got a big points event today and tomorrow. They're hard at it in the different classes of race cars that compete on the road course. Of course, the action here on the quarter-mile NHRA drag strip, the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness. And, of course, a little bit later on tonight, this evening, just after 6 o'clock. So cars will be on the track before that for hot laps. But big race over on the 3/8 mile clay oval track. IMCA Modifieds in the house. First time this year. They put on an incredible show last night. Late models, sportsman sprint cars, the Alberta Outlaw Modifieds. Holy crow. Okay, now they used to race here back when the oval track first opened up in 1991. And then they kind of disappeared. They're back again. That's awesome. Same with the IMCA Modifieds, hobby stocks, late models, and sportsman sprint cars. Okay. That's tonight, just after 6 o'clock. So if you want to make it a marathon of motorsports today, your ticket admission for today's event on the drag strip, guess what? Yeah, you can wander over and watch a little bit of the oval track tonight too. So fill your boots with motorsports. On this is the final, this is the final Saturday, the final weekend of July. And really to set things home, okay? 5 months today, it's Boxing Day. Oh, what a way to ruin the mood. But anyway. Yeah.
Not Christmas. All righty. For our test and tuners for Blue Line, as well as the other test and tuners I've already discussed going right now, make sure you're heading on in behind those juniors as those juniors are getting ready to rip for their second round of eliminations here in the Mopar Madness. Alrighty, Lucky 16, you are on standby. Lucky 16, you are on standby. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Lucky 16, you are on standby. Lucky 16, you are on standby. Looks like our two, I believe, Blue Line Racing test and tuners are already in the lane, so you guys are going to be called before you know it. Alrighty, it's looking like our first pair is going to be Riker Dupree coming in from Murray Truck Parts and Locators the Lone Wolf Bobcat, and Morton Distortion Racing dialed 821. Going to be trying to chase down Sarah Duchesne, brought to you by Mobile One, On Grade Earthworks, High Tower Oilfield, BOS Design, and Blue Water Group. It dialed 890. Riker is going to be trying to knock Sarah out, as Sarah is the gal to beat, as she is once again our champion from the Rocky Mountain Nationals just 2 weeks ago, and is one of the points leaders for our juniors. So someone to beat, someone to knock out. Rikers have been racing hot this season too, so it's going to be some tight competition. Coming in after them will be Owen Marty and Emily Bent. Alrighty, they're pulling on into that burnout box, getting ready to rip. Alrighty, they're getting lined up. Sarah Duchesne pre-staging first. Riker's in there too. Who will deep stage first? It'll be Sarah. The mind game's starting. They're both in. Tree is starting to come down. Oh, this is going to be a tight one. This is probably going to be decided by a reaction, though. And it is not in the way you'd expect, though. Riker Dupuis, near perfect fourth thou reaction, going to be kicking himself down on the return road as he breaks up by only 7 thou. Major upset. Sarah Duchesne getting that win light, moving on to the finals for our juniors here. Up next, Emily Bent, dialed 9 flat, going against Owen Marty, 1199. Going to be looking to have a cordial discussion about who will be facing off against Sarah Duchesne in the finals for the juniors here. They're both pre-staged, and they're both deep. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Lucky 16 to lanes, please. Lucky 16 to staging lanes, please. That is tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Lucky 16 to staging lanes, please. Lucky 16 to staging lanes, please. And that will be win light to Owen Marty, as Emily Bent will break out. Unfortunately, Owen Marty had a massive reaction advantage, and that will be him moving on to the next round. Once again, Owen Marty going to be racing against Sarah Duchesne in the finals for the juniors. Getting a little bit of a grudge match in. Preston McLean coming in from Onaway. Braden Marty coming in from Millet, looking to face off. Oh my goodness. Just a grudge match, but Braden Marty with a perfect light. That is a junior dragster with a perfect light. 0005. That is incredible. Once again, as I brought up before, our juniors are no joke. So if you are a racer currently, you're looking at your future competition, getting ready to race you. We saw Tristan Duchesne, who I believe was the junior only last year. He was doing his test and tuning and finally had his first race in the Rocky Mountains and acquitted himself super well. Even look at this, Eastern Marty, 39th thou reaction, fantastic reaction, getting 8:14. And as Gord mentioned, reaction is king when it comes to drag racing. You got to know yourself, you got to know the car, and that is what will get you that win light. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Lucky 16. Second call, Lucky 16. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Lucky 16. Second call, Lucky 16.
Well, the Blue Line Racing team underneath the Skybox Suites, Sergeant Mike Winnick. Actually, when he started racing, when I was a youngster announcing here, he was only a constable. So, yeah, he's made his way up the ranks. That's kind of cool. Edmonton City Police. Terry Innes as well. Now, the Blue Line Racing team, they obviously promote safe streets. Keep the racing off the street, take it to the racetrack. There's a lot of other, how should we say it, police officers involved in racing programs in various areas of the states. And we had several of them up here for the Rocky Mountain Nationals, was it last weekend or 2 weekends ago? 2 weekends ago. And these guys travel as well. And so they're warming things up right now, heading for a trip southbound here in the next few weeks. Yeah, that Duster has had some work done to it. Because I remember when they first introduced that car, what, it must be 15 years ago now? Must be. Yeah, it sounds like it's got a twin turbo under the hood now. I've been away for a while, so I'm kind of out of the loop. The Challenger police race car, that's been around for about 6 years. I might be out to lunch on that too, 6 or 7 years. So, 2-car team, no tax dollars used, but just a lot of fun. Winnick runs through with an 8:38. 126.30. Yeah, he was at 141 miles an hour at half track. Yeah, what are you doing? Backtracking there. 10:10, 130.81 miles an hour for Innes. And test and tuning continues for them. And it's nice to have a racetrack in your backyard you can go test and tune at. Another call, lucky 16 competitors. To the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Lucky 16 competitors to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. And this will be the win or go home kind of deal. No second chances here. Lucky 16. Actually, we'll do final call. Lucky 16, staging lanes, please, for round number 1. To the staging lanes, please.
We're mostly just now.
So lucky 16, random pairings too. Random pairings for round number 1. Want to thank Warranty Solutions, proud weekend sponsor. It's a warranty claims service. Thank you so much for supporting this weekend. Clearly Superior Glass out in Spruce Grove. Been there for 20 years now. Vintage vehicles, new vehicles, or if you need a front window for your home too, yeah, you betcha. All things glass at Clearly Superior Glass. And want to thank CWB Equipment Financing and National Leasing. They specialize in equipment financing. They've done it for 25 years. CWB Equipment Financing and Leasing. All righty. Round number 1. While we've already seen Ashley Isabel got eliminated in round 1 in the modern Hemi class, her second chance right here, right now. Isabel in a Devin Chrysler sponsored 08 Magnum taking on Vincent Vigliante. out of Edmonton. In the Challenger, Isabel will leave the start line first. About a 2-second head start for her. Vincent will give chase. 1, 2, and a bit. And a red light for Vigliante, Ashley Isabel. She lost in round 1, courtesy of a red light. Comes back as a lucky competitor. Vincent red lights. And there's no second chances now, though. That's it. Isabel to round number 2. Jason Sinclair out of Sherwood Park. And the Black Challenger dialed in with a 13.40 participant in this week's Miles of Mayhem event. The Green Roadrunner giving chase. 11.77 the dial at the stripe. Win goes to the Summit Lane. All right. Darcy Clark out of Stony Plain. And the Plymouth, not a happy camper after round 1. Second chance for Clark. Got the Challenger in the Napa lane. 2-second head, just under a 2-second head start for the Challenger. Clark, the veteran, will try to chase him down. Clark picks up the win light off to round number 2 in the Lucky 16 class. Your next pairing. We've got Kevin White out of Stony Plain in that 71 Plymouth, dialed in with an 11.23. About a 1-second head start for White. Brian Horlock out of Edmonton, and that blue dart will give chase. Oh, and White, red lights. Horlock gets the gimme. See how he does in his dial-in time. Oh boy, Horlock breaks out. Doesn't matter though. Red light, that gets you every time. So Horlock picks up the win off to round number 2 in the Lucky 16 class, soon to be the Super 8 class. Peter Nguyen and the Duster out of Fort Saskatchewan is away, giving chase to the Dodge Durango. Yeah, you can hear him in and out of the throttle. Nguyen, he's a veteran. He knows he caught him. Nguyen off to round number 2. Yep. Cummins, turbo diesel, spooling it up. 12:20 the dial-in time. Up against the Duster. 2:12 seconds. Machines here. At the stripe. The win goes to the Summit Lane. Your final pair in the Lucky 16 class. Round number 1 in the books in the Lucky 16 class. Now it's cool down time for all of our competitors. We are going to open up the staging lanes for the Run What You Brung class. You're getting a bonus run, you guys. Run what you brung. Run what you brung and general test and tune, as we are now down, down to the final 8 in Lucky 16, down to the final 4 in our Quick 8 class. The Modern Hemi class, what do we have left in that one? We must be around 10 cars. No, 2, 4, 6, 7. Down to the final 7. So our afternoon is moving along quite briskly here at Rad Torque Raceway at this 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass and the Edmonton Mopar Association. Of course, I want to thank St. Albert Dodge. Have you seen their display? Yeah. They, let's just say, they go all in when it comes to car events. And, of course, in St. Albert in a couple of weeks' time is the Rockin' August. St. Albert Dodge is putting on a lunchtime barbecue at their dealership. Now, I went last year, and it is something what they do. Every single one of their new vehicles on their property, I don't know where they put them. I'm serious. They just disappear, and that is the car show area where their new vehicles are displayed. So anyway, St. Albert Dodge, thank you for supporting this weekend's event. Thank you also for supporting Rockin' August. Want to thank Impact Coatings. Now, I'm mentioning Impact Coatings. I'm kind of wondering if Bruce is running on the road course as I speak right now. He's one of the owners of Impact Coatings. Anyway, Impact Coatings, another proud weekend sponsor here for our Western Mopar Madness, Edmonton's premier coating provider. Now, I've had a tour of their shop in South Edmonton, and it's a neat little process how they powder coat stuff. It's neat. And all the different colors available now, too. The technology has come so far in even the last 3 or 4 years. But Impact Coatings, thank you. Of course, low-cost automatic transmission, Southside. And their Northgate location, serving Edmonton for decades. They have been around for ages. Transmission, differential, transfer case, torque converter, and more. But low cost, thank you. And our friends at Just Cuz Customs. Custom auto body modification, refinishing, personalized artwork, and more. Why do it? Well, as they say, just cuz. Just Cuz Customs. Again, thank you for your support of our weekend show. Staging lanes are open. Staging lanes are open for open test and the Run What You Brung. So if you are registered in the Run What You Brung, come on up. If you have been, sorry to say, eliminated from competition and want to get a few more runs in, practice on that start line Christmas tree, come on up to the staging lanes as well. Open test and tune. Should we say happy hour? No, it's not an hour, but it's just for the next little bit. And then we'll be calling our next elimination round shortly. So staging lanes are open right now. Open test and tune. And the Run What You Brung class.
Alrighty, in case you missed that, it is currently our open test as well as run what you brung. You make your way on down into those staging lanes. Once again, open test and run what you brung. Open test. The organizers have just given the go-ahead for that a little while ago. So make sure you're heading on down to the staging lanes. And Modern Hemi, you guys will be on standby after these tests have their run. So whenever we are ready to bring you guys on in, we'll give you all a shout. Once again, run what you brung has been called forward. And open test.
After these, yeah.
And then it'll be our... Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Attention in the pit area. Winners, quick 8. Staging lanes, please. For semifinal action, winners, quick 8. Staging lanes, please. Looking for 4. Semifinal action, round number 2. First call, all winners, quick 8, back to the staging lanes, please.
Alrighty, as Gord just announced, our quick 8 winners are making their way on into those staging lanes. Right after them, we're going to have our junior finals running. Then our modern Hemi will be running right after that junior final. And following us on there will be the Lucky 16, although I guess it's down to the Lucky 8 now. Getting ready to rip on down that road. Once again, our quick 8 are already making their way on down to those staging lanes. I guess this is the quick 4 now. Our junior finalists getting ready to rumba after that quick 8. And then we'll be having our modern Hemi and our Lucky 16. So juniors, you can consider yourselves on standby. And modern Hemi, you can also consider yourselves on standby. Quick 8 winners, this is your second call. Quick 8 winners, this is your second call to staging lanes, please.
Second call, winners, quick 8. Staging lanes, please, for semi-final action. Second call, winners, quick 8 class for semifinals. We are looking for 4. Yeah, we're cruising along pretty good here this afternoon at Rad Torque Raceway. Just a couple little drips here and there every once in a while that need attending to at the start line area. Judging is just, I think the judging must be complete as far as all of our car show entrants in the drag pit area. They'll make the winners announcements. I hope I get to hear who they are up here. But anyway, just after 3 o'clock. So we'll see what happens there. While we're clearing out the staging lanes of the Run What You Brung class, just to let you know, car show competitors, trophy presentations, about, what did he say, 3:30-ish, 4 o'clock, 3:34-ish? Yeah. Anyway, it's after 3. They'll be doing the draws for the hood scoop and the fridge. That's kind of neat. So that'll be about 4 o'clock for the draws, okay? That'll be after all the trophies are handed out. So that's, attention, car show entrance. And what a gorgeous display of cars in the pit area. I walked through earlier, and it was just like, wow. If you're a Mopar fan, this is the place to be on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Andrew Camello in the Volare, Anthony Schmitz in the Ram 1500. Yep. Final call. Winners in the quick 8 class. Staging lanes, please. Final call. Winners, quick 8 class for your semi-final round. Final call. Quick 8. The winners. Staging lanes, please, for semi-final action. Stand by, juniors. Stand by, junior dragster competitors. Winners, junior dragsters, back to the staging lanes, please. Winners, junior dragsters, back to the staging lanes, please. For round number 3. 3, yep. So, underneath the Skybox Suite, we've got the final 4 in our Quick 8 class. Your number 1 qualifier, still alive. James Derhick. And I'm looking at the dial-in times on the board, and 920 will be Derhick's dial-in time. Taking on Keith Urlacher, who was number 5 fastest in qualifying earlier on today, dialed in with a 10:10. Dodge Dart, Plymouth Barracuda, one of these drivers heads to the final here this afternoon. Do a friendly bet with your neighbor. Will it be a Barracuda heading to the final or a Dart? Derhick in the Dart, Urlacher in the Cuda. We're going to find out in about 10 seconds. Oh, and a red light for your number 1 qualifier. Done for the day. And when he red lit, boy, did he red lit. He will not be happy with that. That's called an ugly red light. So Urlacher heads to the final. He will square off with one of these 2 drivers. Will it be multi-time track champion here at Rad Torque Raceway? James Paul out of Sherwood Park in the Coronet, or Dwight Elfrey in the Barracuda? Another red light. This time for Elfrey. And another 0-4-4 red light. It's close, but a red light's a red light. James Paul out of Sherwood Park in his very first race of 2025 heads to the final here this afternoon in the Quick 8 class.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Good are winners for Modern Hemi. Winners for Modern Hemi. Make your way on down to the staging lanes. That is, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Winners for our Modern Hemi. Winners for our Modern Hemi to your staging lanes, please. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call. Winners for Modern Hemi. First call. Winners for Modern Hemi to your staging lanes, please. Alrighty, we have our junior finalists coming in on under that tower, getting ready to face off. Owen Marty, 12:02, going to be running against Sarah Duchesne from Mobile 1 On Grade Earthworks, High Tower Field, BOS Design, and Blue Water Group. Duchesne is going to have to be extremely patient, 890 for that dial-in, meaning that she's going to have to wait about 3 seconds on that tree. Pair of great junior racers getting ready to rip. Once again, Sarah was last year's 3-time champion for her age group, meaning she got 3 years in a row to has her championship. And she is, if I'm not mistaken, the current point leader for her current age bracket. Owen Marty, though, has been having some great racing this season as well. It is anybody's game. All right, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Modern Hemi, this is your second call. Oh, win light, Owen Marty. He will be our winner for the junior final here tonight as they go on to other events here for them. But Owen Marty getting that as Sarah Duchesne unfortunately breaks out by only 27 thou going to be kicking herself on the return road, but a great race from both racers there and all of our juniors. Second call, Modern Hemi. Second call, Modern Hemi. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call, Modern Hemi. Second call, Modern Hemi. Looks like you guys are kind of going into lanes 0 and 1 or 1 and 2. That means I think I'm going to be calling on in Lucky 16 to 4 and 5. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Lucky 16 winners to lanes 4 and 5. And second call for our Modern Hemis to lanes 0, 1, and 2.
Well, one of the sponsors of this event that's been around since day one, back on the property again today, definitely want to thank Leduc Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Serving Albertans since what? They've been around since 1952. So, again, thank you, Leduc Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Proud weekend sponsor, event sponsor here at Rad Torque Raceway. So we've got 5 competitors left. Check that. 7 competitors left in the Modern Hemi class. Should have had 8 in the Lucky 16, but we've had 1 break. So we only have 7 competitors left in the Lucky 16. We are already down to the final in our quick 8, and it'll be the number 5 qualifier, Erlacher, taking on your number 7 qualifier. That being Paul, and ironically, both Erlacher and Paul are meeting in the final, courtesy of red lights from their fellow competitors in the semis, which we just witnessed. So the final in the quick 8, just around the corner. Quarterfinal action in the Lucky 16 Modern Hemi class coming up next as our afternoon cruises along here at Rad Torque Raceway. Want to thank Alan 4M Solutions for helping us out here this weekend. Management, manufacturing, and mechanical. And we'll toss in maintenance solutions as well for all your equipment needs, and that is 4M Solutions, proud weekend sponsor here. Quick drag of the track, and we will get back at it here in eliminations. Let's do another call. Winners, Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please, for quarter-final action. We're going to put you in lanes 0, 1, and 2, or just 1 and 2. Whatever. Okay, you know, you'll recognize your fellow competitors. 0, 1, and 2, or 1 and 2. Anyway, Modern Hemi, all winners, back to the staging lanes, please, for quarter-final action. I think most of you are there already. And we're going to do a call out now. Lucky 16 winners. Back to the staging lanes, please. Second call. Lucky 16, all winners for quarterfinal action. We're going to put you in lanes 4 and 5. Lanes 4 and 5 winners. Lucky 16 for quarterfinal action. Back to the staging lanes, please. So your pairings for the modern Hemi class, round number 2. Ryan Grassel getting the bye run into the semifinals here this afternoon. Grassel will face off the winner between Greg Palmer and Waylon Carlson. Waylon's got the pickup truck. Justin DeClark, Brian Popple, and then Lance Churchuk, last year's winner of this class, and Sasaba Kossis, your other matchup in the modern Hemi class. No guarantees when it comes to drag racing. We've seen red lights take people out. You can have the fastest car on the property. And a little eager, yep. And that bright red bulb is rather humbling. We'll just put it that way. Well, we got one dial-in time posted on the board already. You can see it. That'll be the single for Ryan Grassel out of Devon. What a week Mr. Grassel has had with that Challenger. I think that's a Hornet coming in for a landing at the International Airport. But Ryan Grassel out of Devon has run this car for a couple of years already, that 2022 Challenger. But he picked up the big win in the 2025 Miles of Mayhem event, which just wrapped up yesterday, actually, down in Rimby. They raced here Thursday. They were down in Medicine Hat on Wednesday. Oh, no, it was a Medicine Hat on Tuesday. Forestburg on Wednesday. Anyway, they were all over the province of Alberta racing their cars. And you could only drive your cars to the racetrack. No trailers allowed. And so Ryan got behind the wheel of that Challenger. Did very, very well at all the tracks that he raced at. And picked up the big trophy yesterday. So a heavy hitter from the week of the Miles of Mayhem here at Rad Torque Raceway today. Getting the bye run into the Final Four here this afternoon. So things are lining up pretty good here. However, we have got several other competitors here. That want to take home the big W as well. Being on a single is advantageous this late in the day as well. You can try a couple of things as well. As far as adjusting your dial-in time, you got no one to run against. If you break out on this run, oh well. So Ryan running against himself here. He wants a good reaction time. A good 60-foot time. Boy, he would love to run that dial-in time. Bang on. A 9.93. Let's see what he does. A little bit of a pop there. 10.09. 141.78 miles an hour. Decent run. Reaction time, okay, he will look at that and he'll go, oh boy. Okay, I got to improve on that. Your next pairing, we've got Lance Churchuk. He won this event last year in that 70 Duster. Dialed in with an 1183. He'll do the chasing. Sasaba Casas in the Challenger is away. Churchuk gaining. Can he get him at the finish line? He does. Churchuk picking up the win and off to the semifinals. Now, Ryan Grassel in that Challenger, who we just saw with the single run, he was. But Grassel will take on the winner of this pairing here. Will it be an all olive green Challenger semifinal, or will it be a pickup versus a Challenger semifinal? Wayne Carlson on that 03 Dakota, dialed in with a 1303, will leave the start line first. Greg Palmer up from Calgary in the Challenger, dialed in with a 1029, will do the chasing. Reaction time, so important here. Palmer with the better reaction time in the Napa lane. Carlson will be looking over his right-hand shoulder right about now going, nuts. Yeah, and running the dial-in time bang on. That's a tough combination to beat. Palmer, better reaction time, and ran the dial-in time bang on. All winners, Lucky 16, back to the staging lanes, please. All winners, Lucky 16, back to the staging lanes, please. Lanes 4 and 5. Who takes on Lance Churchuk in the semifinals? Will it be Brian Popple in the Challenger? Summit lane 12, 8-7 the dial. Almost a 3-second head start for Popple. DeClerc, patience. 1, 2, 3, and away. And by the slightest of margins, DeClerc in that red Challenger has got the advantage, but no. Off the pace on the dial-in time, Popple picks up the win. Brian Popple will take on Lance Churchuk in the semifinals, and we'll have that for you in just a little bit. 15 minutes, the war or cool down, 15? Give him a 15-minute cool down, okay? So another call, Lucky 16. Actually, we'll do final call. Looking for 7. Should have been 8, but we got a break. Looking for 7. Lucky 16, all winners. Back to the staging lanes, please, for quarter-final action. Brian Horlock, you get the bye run into the semis here this afternoon. And you will face either Wally Kuzik or Gerald Cardinal. That's the other pairing. And then on the other half of the ladder, Darcy Clark, Peter Noyen, Brad Ziegler, Ashley Isabel. Ashley, of course, went to the final last year in the modern Hemi class. She got punted first round, so she's got to pull up her socks a little bit because the Lucky 16 is not an easy class to run in. So quarterfinal action on deck right now here at Round Torque Raceway as our afternoon. We're well past the halfway point of our race day now.
It's your choice, but we're good to call the quick 8, I guess, now. They're not already. It's what you think.
Quick 8 competitors, do you guys want to run your final right now, or do you want to wait for a bit? Discuss with your fellow competitors. We'll figure it out here in a sec. I haven't called you yet, so quick 8, kind of on standby-ish to a point. So hang in there. We might be calling you in a bit for your final. I was hoping to hold off and maybe run you after the semis. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So here we go. This is quarterfinal action. In the Lucky 16 class. In the Roadrunner, we've got Brad Ziegler in the Napa lane, dialed in with an 11.77. He will do the chasing. Up against Ashley Isabel out of Devon in that Devon Chrysler sponsored 08 Magnum. Isabel, about 4 hours ago, had a ring put on her finger. She got engaged here at the track this morning. There's her fiancé tape or video recording this run. Great reaction time from Isabel. Ziegler probably won't be able to catch Isabel. And the win. Isabel to the semifinals. Here's your bye run into the semis here this afternoon. Brian Horlock out of Edmonton. In the Dodge Dart, dialed in with a 10.16. He's got the single, so he can do what he wants on this run, but he's pretending he's going to be running against a competitor. 10.16 the dial, 10.24 is what he runs. Horlock gets the single into the semifinals. We have Darcy Clark in the Summit lane, the winner of the U.S. Nationals a couple of years ago in that car, heading to the U.S. Nationals once again in just a few weeks' time, taking on Peter Nguyen out of Fort Saskatchewan in the Duster. 11.90 the dial, so just over a second head start for Nguyen. At the line, it is Clark, your winner. Clark heading to the semifinals, and Darcy Clark will face Ashley Isabel in that Dodge Magnum. Horlock, who just had the single moments ago, he's going to keep an eye on this elimination round because one of these two drivers is who he will face, Wally Kuzik. Dialed in with an 11.52, taking on Gerald Cardinal, dialed in with a 12.40. Kuzik, the advantage in the Napa lane. In and out of the throttle. Yeah, he caught Cardinal about the 1,000-foot mark. But an 11.68 on his 11.52 dial. And Kuzik heads to the semifinal. Staging lanes are open once again. Open, test, and tune. This, it might be the final time, too, for the day for test and tune. So I'm just going to give you the heads up, competitors. If you want to get a few more runs in, if you've been eliminated and you just say, man, the car just didn't run right today, here's your opportunity right now. This might be the final time of the afternoon that we are going to have open, test, and tune, because we are now down to the semis and finals. And we'll see what happens as far as maybe one more open test and tune session. But right now, let's just say that this is the final open test and tune session for you. So come up to the staging lanes. What lane? 5 and 6?
Doesn't matter
Doesn't matter. Just come up to the staging lanes, okay? Because we are now down to the semifinals and the finals in all of our classes here. So open, test, and tune for the next little bit. For at least, probably what, another 10 minutes?
So if nobody comes up.
So our finalists in the quick eight. Just hang tough. We're going to run all of our finals together. You guys are going to be the first out of the chute as far as our finals here this afternoon. So you can just focus on the tasks at hand. Erlacher, Paul, finalists, quick eight. You will be the first final to run here this afternoon. Actually, we may have the juniors before you guys. The juniors are done. I went for a little walk for a sec. Okay. That's right too. Yeah. They're off to the bouncy castle. Wow. Well, we have got an interesting event coming up here at Rad Torque Raceway. It's on Friday, August the 8th, Saturday, August the 9th. If you are an outlaw country fan, we are actually bringing the ultimate tribute to Elvis here to this racetrack. Now, we're going to have 5 award-winning Elvis impersonators here at the facility. And there's going to be various stages of Elvis's career, and obviously the change of his music over those years. And then on Friday night, we're going to have a Waylon Jennings tribute. Saturday, we're going to have a Johnny Cash tribute. But both days, Elvis is king. So, where is this taking place? Well, it's going to be at the Octane Club. And VIP tickets for sale right now. Priority seating, buffet meal, drink tickets, and specialty commemorative lanyard and show ticket as well. And there's going to be a beautiful collection of Cadillacs here on Saturday. So that is Friday, August 8th, Saturday, August 9th. It's the King of the Strip event here at Rad Torque Raceway. Tickets on sale now. Open, test, and tune. Staging lanes are open. And again, this could be the final test and tune session of the day. So you want to get a final pass in, now might be the time to meander up to the staging lane area.
Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Our semifinals for the Modern Hemis, to your staging lanes, please. Semifinal for Modern Hemi, to your staging lanes, please. That is attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Semifinalists for Modern Hemi, semifinalists for Modern Hemi, to your staging lanes, please. Alrighty, if you missed it, we do have our Modern Hemi semifinalists are going to be coming on into those lanes. Just clearing off a few of our remaining testers and tuners as they get ready to run. Once again, if you missed that, it's still your first call, but attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Modern Hemi semifinalists, to your staging lanes, please. Modern Hemi semifinalists, to your staging lanes, please. And this is not a call to lanes, but this is a bit of a heads up. Our Lucky 16, your countdown for when you guys are ready to run again is taken on down. So consider this your 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning for our Lucky 16. That is Modern Hemi to lanes, Modern Hemi to lanes. And for our winners, that is the semifinalists and Lucky 16. You are on a 5-minute standby. Just want to take the opportunity to say a big thank you to all our track staff out there. You guys have been out there in the heat and the cold this morning, so a big thank you to all for making this happen. Big thank you to all the Mopar volunteers for also making this happen. And also the biggest thank you of all, most importantly, to all you, the fans and the drivers, because realistically speaking, this couldn't happen without you all here. So big thank you to everyone. And a big thank you also to Gord Craig for coming on out and being our little voice of reason, giving us great calls on the races here.
Well, Vincent Viglianti out of Edmonton in this Challenger, he had a tough Miles of Mayhem event. Where was it? In Forestburg he did it? He broke the transmission and the drive shaft in this car. Well, it's working good now. 969, 140.85 miles an hour. Modern Hemi winners? Yeah. Attention in the pit area. This is going to be the final call already? Let's do final call. What the heck? Winners, Modern Hemi. Semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. Winners, Modern Hemi. Semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. Big thanks to CNC Industries, global manufacturer for components of mining, construction, and earth-moving equipment. Proud weekend sponsor here at Rad Torque Raceway in the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass. Yeah, I'll do another shout out too. Got to do that. Ed and Paula Holland, thank you for being a incredible supporter of the Western Mopar Madness since its inception. Ed and Paula Holland and family, again, just awesome. Big thumbs up. So we're just cruising along here pretty good. 1, 2, 3. Really, we only have 5 to go, 5 races to go, 2 semis, and then the 3 finals. And the 5th annual Mopar Drags in the books. Don't forget, oval racing tonight just after 6 o'clock. Great night of oval racing in store for you. They got 5 classes running on the 3/8 mile clay dirt oval track. Heck, maybe I'll announce one of the classes over there for old time's sake. It's been a while. This is event number, what is it for me? 678 announcing here. Oh, my word. Crazy. Since 1993, just to let you know. Yikes. Huh? Oh, man, yeah, I'm a fossil. Oh, and another reminder, in a few weeks' time, over on the road course. Oh, what's the date now? It's a big road course race weekend. Like every road course race, it's a big weekend for the road course competitors. Yeah, August 24th, Northern Alberta Sports Car Club presenting Speedway Revival Weekend. So it's the 22nd and 23rd of August. And all kinds of vintage race cars will be here. A lot of the cars you see on the track right now will be back, but there's going to be some Can-Am cars and everything. So that's in a few weeks' time over on the road course, the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, the Speedway Revival Weekend. Don't forget, and a weekend before that, no, it is the same weekend. What a weekend. Speedway Revival Weekend, and we got the Monster Truck Throwdown over on the Oval, the same weekend. Wow. Yeah. Like I said, it's this facility has been amazing these past few years as far as the new events that are coming on board. But, yeah, the oval track first opened up in 1991, the drag strip here. I was in the grandstands. August of 1992 is when the drag strip first opened. And sort of the rest is history. A few name changes here and there, and sponsor name changes, basically. Everyone said when the sponsor changed, the ownership changed. No, it's just the way it works out. But Glenn's on board now and doing an amazing job as far as the new facility promoter here at Rad Torque Raceway. Met him a few times. Attention in the pit area, car show entrance. We are just moments away from handing out the hardware for the car show awards, and that's going to be happening over by the pit concession. So over by the pit concession, there, well, you'll see where the crowd is gathering. So just, yeah, head on over there for the car show awards. And then shortly after that, they'll be doing the raffle draws, which include a hood for a car, a signed painted hood, and yeah, and a refrigerator. So those are some of the raffle prizes that are being given away to our car show entrance. As I see a winged, is that a Plymouth Superbird heading towards the exit lane here at Radtorg Raceway? Those wing cars are cool.
Other semifinals.
First call, winners, Lucky 16 class, please. First call, semifinalists, the Lucky 16 class to the staging lanes, please. First call, looking for 4. I want to thank Kazi Technologies. Been in business since 2006. Sales and rentals of heat treating, field machining, and bolting equipment. Kazi Technologies. Weekend sponsor here for the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness event. Of course, the big jackets are going to be awarded to, jacket and trophy to the winners here this afternoon. A lot of competitors, I want that jacket. They're a beautiful jacket that the winners are going to be getting here today. But Alice Embroidery out in Leduc, in-house embroidery and screen printing. They got a fully stocked showroom. I've been in there a few times. But Alice Embroidery, thank you. And I mentioned Impact Coatings earlier on because Bruce, the owner, was racing on the oval track, and then someone over on the, or not on the oval track, on the road course, someone on the road course heard my little plug for Bruce's company and basically texted me and said, oh, just to let you know, Bruce grenaded his motor. That's not good. Not good. Yeah. But thank you, Bruce and Impact Coatings, Edmonton's premier coating provider. Okay, here we go. Semi-class in the Hemi class. Is that how that works? Semi-Hemi, well, yeah, that's what you said. No, this is, yeah, semifinals. Churchuk, Lance Churchuk in that red duster chasing Brian Popo in that orange Challenger. One of these two drivers heads to the final, and it will be your defending event champion, Lance Churchuk. So Lance Churchuk, I was talking earlier, well, we'll be facing off against one of these two cars. You don't get this very often as far as the color selection. An all olive green Challenger final. Ryan Grassel in the summit lane, dialed in with a 10:09. 2 10-second cars squaring off, but a quarter-second head start, though, going to Greg Palmer up from Calgary in the Napa lane. Well, Grasso is going to have a tough time catching Palmer, but he did. Wow. And if you see the numbers I have here, Grasso will be looking at his reaction time and going, how the heck did I win that? Palmer had a 0.26 reaction time. Grasso, not even in the same area code. Palmer looks like he let up on the throttle big time. Yeah, 1044 dial, or check that, a 1024 dial, and he crossed the finish line with a 1044. Grasso ran the dial-in time bang on. So your 2025 Miles of Mayhem champion from this past week will take on Lance Churchuk, the current season points leader, the defending season champion, and the defending event champion from last year. What a final we have for you in the modern Hemi class, and that'll be coming up in just a little bit. Final call, lucky 16, the semifinalists. You all should be in the staging lanes, and I think you are, but we got to do this for legality's sake. Final call, winners, semifinalists, lucky 16 class, staging lanes, please. Your first pairing going to be coming up the line shortly here. We're down to the final four in the lucky 16. Yeah, Darcy Clark. Actually, one of your pairings here, Darcy Clark, Ashley Isabel. Remember, they got Darcy got eliminated from the quick 8 earlier on today. Ashley was eliminated in round 1 in the modern Hemi class. So one of our pairings, this is why they call it the lucky 16. But your first pairing, we've got Brian Horlock out of Edmonton in that Dodge Dart, the blue Dodge Dart in the Napa lane. Wally Kuzik in the Summit lane in the red Duster. Dial-in times just over a second head start for Kuzik. Horlock will do the chasing. Patience for Horlock. You don't want a red light. Being the faster car. One of these two drivers heads to the final here this afternoon. Red light. What did I say? You don't want to red light. Not the fun way. Wally Kuzik, courtesy of the red light, heads to the final and will take on one of these two competitors. Will it be the U.S. Nationals champion at Indianapolis Raceway Park from a few years ago, Darcy Clark out of Stony Plain, Alberta? Or will it be last year's runner-up in the modern Hemi class, Ashley Isabel and that Devon Chrysler sponsored 08 Dodge Magnum? Isabel, remember, got engaged earlier on today. This would be a neat little treat. Isabel being chased down by Darcy Clark. They're about side by side as they approach the finish line. At the stripe, it is Clark picking up the win. Clark actually had a 0.23 reaction time. Ashley's reaction time, not bad, a 1.13. Reaction time does it. 1060 on the 1057 dial. Darcy Clark heading to your final in the Lucky 16 class here this afternoon. All righty. Stand by, quick 8 finalists. Stand by, quick 8 finalists. All right, 3 finals. We are going to run back to back to back. We're going to let our Lucky 16 Modern Hemi cool down just a little bit. I am going to do first call, though, to the quick 8 finalists. You don't have to rush up. Quick 8 finalists to the staging lanes, please. I know you guys have sat for a little bit longer than you probably would like to. But quick 8 finalists to the staging lanes, please. This is going to be a good race. Urlacher versus Paul. Wow. I did the quick 8. Well, okay. Something is coming up in the staging lane area that I was not expecting, and it's got a supercharger on it. Is this an alcohol funny car? Well, let me go take a look. Well, Craig Borden has made his way into the staging lanes in that Diego Concrete Nostalgia Alcohol Funny Car. Gonna do a little test and tune pass for us here. Did not know about this, folks. How do you sneak in with a trailer and a funny car and not notice? I didn't notice. This is bonus. And since this is the 5th annual All Mopar Nationals event, yeah, this is a Dodge Omni-bodied alcohol funny car. So it's fitting the theme here with the Mopar. Now that must be Keith Black Hemi, probably. Probably a Keith Black Hemi. Anyway, just shy of 2,000 horsepower. Going to come to life here. I see Daryl Webb overseeing the operation here, of course. Daryl Webb. Nice to have him back at the racetrack once again. Had a little bit of an oopsie in Rimby a while back, and we'll just leave it at that. He's up and walking around, and that's the main thing. But Craig Borden going to heat up the hides here in just a little bit. We needed something to fill our time in between the semis and the finals anyway, so why not nostalgia, alcohol, funny car.
Building dramatic tension.
We'll be seeing a nice field of funny cars at Hot August night. And yeah, that's going to be upon us sooner than we think. It is on Wednesday, the 13th, Midas, Hot August night. It is a smorgasbord night of race classes. Yes, we're going to have nitro here. Yes, we're going to have top alcohol. Yes, we're going to have A-fuel here. Like it's, oh, jet cars as well. Keep forgetting about the jets.
I really do like King Blaster. That may or may not have a part in my name being Luke. My mom might have had a crush on Mark Hamill.
Few last checks here, and then we will hear the dulcet tones of an alcohol-powered nostalgia nitro funny car come to life. Drive gently through the water box and then get the signal, and he'll heat up the hides. Here we go. Well, the burnout was okay. Got a little bit off to the side a little bit here, so they're going to line up that funny car as close to where the rubber was laid down on the start line area. Now, if this car is running bang on, if it's a great run year, we should see a high 6-second run in this nostalgia alcohol funny car. The Dodge Omni bodied nostalgia alcohol funny car. Craig Borden out of the Edmonton area. RPMs come up. Yeah. Yeah, it shook the chutes loose. Lost grip almost immediately at the hit. So that's a coaster, that one. Still, what, 1.8 seconds, 60-foot time. About 100 miles an hour at half track, even with the in and out of the throttle. So you got a little bit of noise anyway. But that's what a test and tune is for.
We're also going to call Hemi finalists as well, too.
Let's do final call now. Quick 8, your finalists. Staging lanes, please. Final call, quick 8 finalists. To the staging lanes, please. Let's do first call, modern Hemi finalists. Staging lanes, please. First call, modern Hemi finalists. To the staging lanes, please. Lucky 16, stand by. Lucky 16, stand by. Well, so much for the standby. Lucky 16. First call, staging lanes, please. Lucky 16, first call, staging lanes, please, for your final. Alberta Rewind and Pump Services Limited, thank you for your support of this weekend's race. Family owned and operated, servicing Western Canada and the Northwest Territories. Of course, Urban Vinyl Signage, trusted partner for high-quality sign and decal solutions as well. Urban Vinyl Signage, again, proud weekend supporter of the 5th Annual Western Mopar Madness, proudly presented by Crystal Glass. Another call, finalists, Lucky 16, Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. Another call, finalists, Lucky 16, Modern Hemi class, staging lanes, please. 3 races to run, and they are all finals here. Who gets the big trophy? Who gets the fancy jacket? This modern Hemi final is intriguing right now. Your Miles of Mayhem champion taking on your current point leader, your defending event champion, multi-time track champion, Lance Churchuk. That's the modern Hemi final. Like, wow. The Lucky 16 Darcy Clark, who wanted to come out here this weekend, do some shakedown passes, have some fun before heading off to Brainerd, Minnesota for an NHR event. The U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis, Indiana. Tulsa, Oklahoma, St. Louis, Dallas, Texas for a big NHRA event. And he's coming to good old Edmonton to have some fun. Well, he lives in the Stony Plain area, so why not? Warming things up. Wally Kuzik would love to upset the U.S. Nationals champion in our Lucky 16 final. That is coming up in just a little bit here. The Quick 8, your finalists. Urlacher versus Paul. James Paul, his first race of the year. Multi-time track champion. Thinking about hanging up the helmet at the end of this year, too. It's amazing how a trip to the final can sometimes change talk of, you know what, I'm done. Okay, we'll talk to James Paul afterwards as far as him being in the final. Mr. Urlacher, no slouch in the finals and race events here at Rad Torque. Let's just say we have got 3 bangers of finals coming your way here in just a couple of minutes. Final call, all finalists. Back to the staging lanes, please. Final call, all finalists. Back to the staging lanes, please. We're going to run you off. Boom, boom, and boom. And wrap up what has been an amazing day here at Rad Torque Raceway. I think I recognize that guy down in the staging lane area. Mike Hall from Rust Valley Restorers is here. Competitors rumbling into the staging lane area, just final checks, getting their thoughts aligned. So, from qualifying earlier on today, Keith Urlacher qualified in the number 5 spot with a 10-10 dial-in. Keith Urlacher is dialing in with a 10-16. James Paul qualified 7th with a 10-14. Now, take a look at the finish line scoreboard, race fans. This is a rare occasion. Both drivers dialed in exactly with a 10-16. First to the finish line. Breakout rule applies. They will leave the line at the exact same time. Let's play a game of dodge darts. That is the bullseye. On the finish line scoreboard, 10-16 is the target. James Paul, Keith Urlacher, and Urlacher red lights. Doggone it. James Paul with his first race of 2025, comes to the 5th annual Mopar show and picks up a big win. I don't think he wants to sell that car quite yet, but you may want to talk to him still because, like he said, he's humming and hawing about hanging up the helmet at the end of this year. Tough break for Urlacher, a 0.48 reaction time on the red side of things. He also broke out at the end too, so kind of a double whammy there, a 10-12 on his 10-16 dial. James Paul's reaction time, a 0.31. Dialed in with a 10-16. He ran a 10-19 at 130.13 miles per hour. The multi-time track champion, numerous major event winner, James Paul, gets the jacket, gets the fancy trophy. James Paul, your quick 8 champion here today. Well, here is your final in the Lucky 16 class. Wally Kuzek in the Duster, dialed in with an 11.50. He looks over his left-hand shoulder and he sees that Plymouth of Darcy Clark. Clark dialed in with a 10.57. This will be the last time we see Darcy Clark probably in Edmonton this year, as he's going off on that major road trip, including racing at the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis. Your final, here we go. At the stripe, the win goes Darcy Clark, your winner. All right. Your Miles of Mayhem 2025 champion in the Summit Lane. That's Ryan Grassel out of Devon in the Challenger, down in with a 10.09, battling Lance Churchuk, winner of this event last year. Churchuk is away. Grassel chasing. Can Grassel catch Churchuk before he hits the finish line? No. 10-11-84 on his 1182 dial. Grassel, even though he was closer to his dial-in time, a 10-10 on a 10-09, take a guess at what gave the win to Churchuk. Yeah, reaction time. 0.84 reaction time for Churchuk, a 1.05 reaction time for Grassel. Churchuk left the start line first, had a little bit of extra ET in his back pocket, and he utilized that, hit the finish line first, and gets the win light. Wow, what a day. What a day, race fans. Thank you so much for coming out and supporting this event. Thank you for supporting Western Canada's largest all Mopar show and race, the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness. Yes, we will be back again in 2026. A lot of show cars still on display in the pit area. There's still racing on the road course. Oval racing starts just after 6 o'clock here this evening. Again, thank you so much for coming out. Trophy presentations will take place somewhere, and the jacket presentations, we'll figure it out. But again, thank you so much for coming out to Rad Torque Raceway, the 5th annual Western Mopar Madness, presented by Crystal Glass in the books. Hope you enjoyed your day with us here today. Thank you, racers. Thank you, crew. And thank you, of course, staff of Rad Torque Raceway. A very, very smooth afternoon of racing here. See you again next time. Well, attention in the pit area. If you haven't locked your vehicles in the trailers or tied them down yet, we're going to have the track open for another 30 minutes for you guys. So, till about 4:30. So if you want to blast down the track, I guess, come on out. That was a surprise. Yeah. So, anyway, for the next 30 minutes, the quarter-mile strip will be open. Apparently, we've got our brooms rented to like 4:30, and the safety safari truck, I guess, we have to have it back by 4:30. So we got like 30 minutes of bonus time here. So, okay. I'm just listening to the radio, so okay. So if you're not wanting to go home quite yet, yeah. Not sure how many people are going to be taking advantage of that, so strip is open for another 20 minutes or so.
Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. For you drivers, if you are not going into that open test and tune and you have rented a helmet, make sure you're bringing it on up to the tower and turning that on in and getting back your stuff. Once again, attention to the pits. Attention in them, their pits. If you are one of our 2 remaining helmet rentals, make sure that unless you are going for more runs for this open test and tune, that you are bringing that helmet up to the 2nd floor of the tower and returning it to where you got it from. Alrighty, once again, the open test is going on, and a beautiful green machine is looking to take a rip down the strip. I think it's got to crawl a little bit forward just to get that pre-stage bulb lit. Alrighty, attention, attention. Heads up, we are winding down before too long. So if you're looking to get in those staging lanes and get some test and tune runs in, now is the time to do it. Also, if you have rented a helmet and you're not doing any more runs for the day, make sure you're heading on up to the second floor of the tower and handing that back on in if you have not already done so. Alrighty, attention, attention. 10 minutes remaining on that test and tune. So if you're not in those lanes, make sure you're heading on down in there and getting ready for your runs, as once again, there's only 10 minutes left on that open test and tune. And a big thank you once again to all of you that came out. I'm guessing there is probably going to be the trophy presentation, everything else going on right now. Alrighty, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is your 5-minute warning, 5-minute warning. Those lanes will be closing pretty soon here, so if you are not yet in those lanes for those open test and tune runs, make sure you're heading on down there as there's 5 minutes left before we hit that 4:30 mark. And for all you racers and racing fans out there, if you don't want your day of racing to be done yet, Thunder Night should be starting up around 6 o'clock. That'll be over on the oval. Alrighty, the announcer for and one of the organizers for the road course over there just said that road course is going to be going on until night. So if you want to check out some endurance racing, make sure you're heading on over to the road course and checking them on out, as there's some amazing action going on over there. Only about 3 minutes left before we hit that 4:30 mark. Once again, if you are not already in those lanes, now is the time to be there, as once again, in about 2 minutes, those lanes are going to be closing on down, and we will be done racing for the day after we clear out everybody that's in there. Already, attention. Alicia Lane, please bring your helmets up to the tower. That is Alicia Lane. Alicia Lane, please bring your helmets up to the tower. Once again, attention. Alicia Lane, please bring your helmets to the tower. Already, attention. Staging lanes will now be closed. We got a couple final cars that are in those staging lanes, and we'll run them out, and that'll be it. Once again, attention. Staging lanes are now closed. Thank you all for coming out. We got a few last cars ripping on through that are in those staging lanes. We'll clear out. And once again, if you missed it, staging lanes are now closed. Looks like our final two racers are getting ready to take a rip on down the track. And they're off. Very similar reactions, only about 18 thou separating them on this final pair ripping on down that road. And it will be the Summit Lane getting that win light, 14:58 on the board, hitting 95 miles per hour. And that will be it for the drag races here at Rad Torque Raceway for our beautiful Mopar Madness. Once again, staging lanes should be closed. Staging lanes should be already closed, so nobody should be driving in there.